Good morning. It is December 2nd, and it's 9 o'clock in Tuolumne County. I'll call our meeting to order. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask that Supervisor Rodefer lead us.
Please join me in a pledge to the flag of the greatest nation on earth.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. It's time for oral communication. We have 15 minutes. Anybody can come forward and speak on an item that is not planned to take action on the agenda.
Find my glasses. Good morning, lady and gentlemen of the board. My name is David Wynn. I think most of you know me, good or bad. It's a wonderful day. We have rain, and we can thank God for that. We just said the Pledge of Allegiance, and we said under God. But as we all know, that there's been a lot of attack on just saying the word God. We read it in the paper every day. And people think it's unconstitutional. They think that somewhere in the Constitution it says that there should be separation of church and state. That language exists nowhere. Never has, and hopefully never will. And I came to just read you a quote from our first president, something that hopefully I can do from time to time I'm not preaching to the board because I know all of you and I know how most of you, I believe how you feel, but I think it's important to make a public comment about religious freedom and our First Amendment right. So let me just read this one passage. I think it gets the point across about the founding of our country. This is a quote from George Washington's farewell address. It's an excerpt. Of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim the tribute of patriotism who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmest props of the duties of men and citizens. Let it simply be asked, where is the security for property, for reputation, for life, if the sense of religious obligation desert the oaths which are the instruments of investigation in the courts of justice? And of course, as elected officials, you also take an oath to the Constitution. And let us, with caution, indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion. Whatever may be conceded to the influence of refined education, reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in exclusion of religious principle. George Washington. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for this audience. I'll be as brief as possible. My name is Tom Day. I live in Tuolumne off of Yosemite and Saddle Drive. And what my concern is, I'd like to bring before your attention, because I think this needs to be addressed within our county and hopefully all of California, and that is the cost of home insurance. Last year, at about this time, I was roughly running in the $900 range. This year, it's $3,000. And as I've called my neighbors and talked to them, we're all in the same boat because of a change in our insurance classification. Went from an 8B to a 10, which is wildfire. And as I've addressed this with the Tuolumne Fire Department, I've addressed this with the, let me look at my notes here, the Tuolumne County Fire Station. What has happened, I've been told, there's no material aid agreement. And even though they will respond, they're not responsible. Tuolumne is 2.3 miles from me, but my insurance company is telling me, because my nearest fire station that is to respond is over 5 miles away, which is over on Mono Way. I'm trying to think, I can't think of the road right now. But at any rate, and I don't have a fire hydrant within 1,000 feet of my property. Well, on my property is 5 acres. I have cleared it so it looks like a park. I have put 10,000 gallons of water storage, a 10-horse 100 psi water pump, 500 feet of 2-inch hose with nozzles and everything else so that I can activate fire suppression, heaven forbid, if should ever be needed. So I just want to make this you aware of this is a major problem, not just for me, but for, I think, thousands of Californians that needs to be addressed. And my hope is it can start with this group of supervisors. And thank you, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify one point with Mr. Pedro. He mentioned mutual aid. Is that, I don't believe that's correct. There are issues.
Yeah, they're updating. We do have mutual aid agreements between all the stations. All of the stations, they are being updated, those agreements.
Okay.
But apparently what I've been told is the insurance company has this ISO rating.
ISO, yeah.
ISO rating, and that is a form which they, first thing they ask you for, because I've checked with about 4 other insurance companies now, they ask for your address, they immediately look it up, and they see that you're in what's called a red zone. And when you're in that red zone, they will not quote insurance for you.
Maybe I could suggest is this is a bigger issue than we can deal with this morning. I'll touch on it in the goals report, but I think ultimately what I'd do is bring back a presentation to the board, similar to what we did in front of the Realtors Association, that speaks to this entire issue and what is in motion to try and correct it.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I appreciate you coming forward. This is an issue that's affecting a lot of people. Morning, Gil.
Good morning. My name is Gil Fryer, and I'm here for the same reason Tom is. I live on the corner of Woodham Carn, that beautiful road in Yosemite. So what happened to me is I put my insurance out on bid, and I've lived up here for 28 years, and I'm paying $900 a year, for the house insurance. And they couldn't give me a good price. Every agent came back and said your house insurance would be $3,000, and it's just not it's not right. And I said, well, why? They said, well, one agent said, well, Tuolumne Fire Department, they're not an approved fire department, and they had all kinds of excuses. So anything you can do to help, I want to put my house up for sale. And this isn't helping me. And the other thing, my house is 100% adobe, tile roof, and I really don't need insurance, but I have to have it. Thank you.
Thanks, Gil.
Good morning, Mark Lester, Sierra Pacific Industries. In 2008, when we closed our sawmill and Standard, one of the first people I talked to was Larry Cope from the Economic Development Authority. He just started his position at that time, and he helped us all the way through the process of helping us build a new sawmill. And certainly that's a big deal for the community to have economic development who is engaged in your community to foster things, to make improvements. And so at this point in time, we'd like to present Larry Cope's Innovation Lab, which is very creative, with a check for $7,500 as part of our partnership with the community and part of our giving back from Sierra Pacific Industries. So we want to say thank you to Larry Cope. And then Ryan Land's also going to say a couple words here, too.
Hi, I'm Ryan Land. I'm the area manager for Sierra Pacific. I would just want to thank Larry also for starting this. We're also members of the Innovation Lab, and we're hoping we can utilize it in the future to maybe do some training and stuff for our folks there. So thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. I am here today to advise your board that just before the holiday, we received notification from the California Department of Housing and Community Development that Tuolumne County has been awarded $1 million in Home Investment Partnership Program funding. These funds will be used for our first-time home buyer program, our housing rehabilitation, our tenant-based rental assistance programs.
Thank you, Bev.
No, this is another grant.
Good job.
Good morning. I'm Randy Handwelt, citizen of Tuolumne County and supporter of the Columbia College Community Chorus. It's that time again where we do Sounds of the Season. I already gave the clerk one of these. Folks out there. Sounds of the Season will be on Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday afternoon. I believe it's at 7:30 on Friday night, Saturday night, and 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. We have a new director. I haven't heard the program, but I have an inside mole who tells me the program is spectacular. So I encourage you to come out, begin the season, the holiday season, in the right spirit. Come and sing along with the Columbia College Community Chorus and support the new director, Dr. Darrell Hollinger, and I'll be taking names. So I expect you all there.
Randy, what's the date?
The dates are December 5th, 6th, and 7th. By the way, there's a few of these small cards in the back if you'd like to pick them up. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. Is there any other public comment? All right. Could the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held October 21st, 2014. Finding that summaries of ordinance numbers 3261 through 3264 were published. Accepting the certification of results for the November 4th, 2014 statewide general election. Adopting resolution for employer-paid member contributions for the Tier 2 at 60 miscellaneous employees. Accepting the annual report for the growth in government expense and revenue funds fiscal year 2013-14. Approving the grant agreement between the Sheriff's Office and Boat and Waterways for a new patrol boat and trailer, and recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $80,000 in the Boat Patrol state account and increase appropriations in the Boat Patrol vehicle account in the same amount. Authorizing the Tuolumne County Fire Department to apply for assistance in the firefighter grant in the amount of $782,000 for various firefighting equipment. Adopting a resolution rescinding Resolution 102-14, designating the Department of Social Services to assist county jail inmates to apply for health coverage and allowing the department to act on behalf of inmates for the purpose of applying for or determination of Medi-Cal eligibility for acute inpatient hospital services. Accepting the resignation of Ron Ringen from the Tuolumne County Planning Commission and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. Approving the appointment of Matthew Faust to the Columbia Cemetery District. Approving the reappointment of Ted Michaud and Michael Houghton to the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging. And approving the appointment of and appointing Mike Lemke and Laura Spence to the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull items 3 and 9.
3 and 9? Okay. Are there any other items the board would like to pull? Okay, can I get a motion on consent calendar excluding 3 and 9?
Yeah, I move on the consent calendar excluding 3 and 9.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Rutherford, second from Gray. Is there any public comment? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. The clerk, please read item 3.
Consideration of accepting the certification of results from the November 4th, 2014 statewide general election.
Mr. Chairman, I had an opportunity to volunteer on election night down in our elections office, and elections is probably the most important thing that happens in our democracy. I want to report that the integrity of our system is exceptional. And I just want to say thank you to all the volunteers that came in and worked to make this a successful election process in Tuolumne County. It was really wonderful to be part of that process, and I really enjoyed it. And I'm looking forward to it maybe the next time, maybe not. But again, Ms. Batista, please pass on our thanks to the elections office.
Well, thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to thank all the volunteers. People don't realize that we probably have a little over 100 volunteers who work from 6:30 in the morning till probably 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, sitting at your polls, waiting for all of the voters to come in. I also have a small crew of people who are personal friends who have been roped into helping, and they probably put in well over 150 to 200 hours for the 3 weeks before the election and the last week after it. So if you know Mary Freer, Pixie Bowles, Patsy Knox, please say thank you to those young ladies.
Thank you.
Because they really do help out and give a lot of time and save Tuolumne County a lot of money.
Thank you, Debbie.
So thanks.
I'd like to comment on that, too. And one is, first of all, Debbie, I know it's her elected position to do this, but Debbie does an outstanding job, and we can't neglect saying thank you to you for the outstanding job. I mean, those people come and volunteer a lot because of the leadership, and so we appreciate your job.
Well, thank you.
And could you tell us, just for the public record, what was the turnout?
The turnout, we were a lot better than the state, and we were just a little under 60%. I think we were 59.52%. We also had, again, if you don't believe your vote counts, in the Long Barn Twain Hart School District, between third and fourth place was 2 votes.
Wow.
And so if you don't think your vote counts, the people sitting at the dais could have changed that election. So it may not count at the national level because we just are a little drop in the bucket, but it absolutely determines who the leaders are in the local boards for Tuolumne County. So every election, I don't care if you vote the same way I do or not, please vote because it really does matter.
And what was the percentage vote by mail?
The percentage vote by mail was a whole lot higher, and it always is. We have 75% of the people vote by mail, and of the 17,000 people who voted, almost 14,000 was vote by mail.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, we only had 3,586 people show up at 27 polling places.
I move to accept the certification of the election results.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Call for or public comment. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thanks,
Thanks, Debbie. Could the clerk please read item 9? Yeah.
Consideration of accepting the resignation of Ron Ringen from the Tuolumne County Planning Commission and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy.
Sure. I want to thank Mr. Ringen for his service. It's difficult to be a planning commissioner in Tuolumne County because we're always making decisions on things that would affect our neighbors. So I want to thank Mr. Ringen for his dedication, and also we need to find somebody to step up and apply for the position that is vacant now. So thank you, Mr. Ringen.
Yeah, I'd also just like to add the comment that our county government really runs on citizen involvement. We've got any number of commissions, committees, boards, you name it. And most of the important contributions are made by just ordinary citizens that volunteer to serve on those boards and commissions and committees. It's really important. We've got 2 vacancies now on the Planning Commission. We need to fill both of them. We need qualified volunteers to help work on that. It's a very important position. It has approval authority over some issues with land use and recommendation authority to the board on other levels of issues. So I'd really encourage any citizens out there that are interested in that type of thing to come forward and volunteer. And I'd also like to thank Ron Ringen. He's done an exceptional job as a planning commissioner, and I wish him well on the TUD board.
Can I get a motion?
I move we accept Mr. Ringen's resignation. And by the way, congratulate him on his election to the TUD board and wish him well.
Second.
Okay, motion second. Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Could the clerk please read 12?
This is a presentation of county service awards to employees from the county library and the Community Resources Agency Fleet Services.
All right.
Good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. It's with great pleasure today I'm before you to honor Maggie Durgan for 25 years of service to Tuolumne County. You can see it every day with Maggie over at the library. Her passion is for the library and its programs and its services and the people that they serve over there. Maggie's service to libraries and to the efforts of libraries and what they do goes way back into her history. Maggie graduated from UOP with her Bachelor of Arts degree and then went on to the Graduate School of the University of Hawaii to get her Master's in Library Services. Before coming to Tuolumne County, Maggie worked in several places doing library types of services. So for UOP, she worked as a library assistant. Hawaii Baptist Academy, she was a school librarian. Baymont Christian School, she was also a school librarian. Modesto Junior College, she was a technical processing librarian. Twin Heart Elementary School, she also served as their school librarian. We were fortunate enough, in October 4th, 1989, Maggie was hired as a librarian for Tuolumne County Library System. She was then quickly promoted to Library 2, and then in June 2011, Maggie was then promoted to Supervising Librarian, which she serves right now. As I mentioned in the opening statement, Maggie is very passionate about the library, and it shows each and every day. She's always there to go the extra mile. She's there to support the staff in any way she can. For example, when staff are ill or especially when weather conditions are not the best, Maggie fills in for them. And this is extraordinary because Maggie is the furthest up in the snow country that we have in the library system. So she's really dedicated to make sure she gets there even when snow is on the ground. Maggie often spends a great deal of her time working with our branches, the 3 branches that the library system has, and make sure the staff are taken care of, the friends of the library, and our volunteers. And you know quite well when we've been before you a lot in regards to the friends of the library and the volunteers that we have at the library are really our lifeblood. And Maggie makes sure that they get in there and they get the training that they need to be able to assist us the best they can. She supports them in all of their fundraising activities that help us and makes sure that they feel a part of the library system, and that's very important. Maggie is very passionate about the principles and guidelines in which the libraries of the United States work under. I can always count and go to her and say what's happening on a national level and a state level, and Maggie's always there with the information of what's trending in libraries across the country. What are we providing here in Tuolumne County, and what should we be looking at as far as continuing to progress library services for our patrons, for the residents, and not only that, we get a lot of tourists who come into the library either to access their emails or to come and do research in something they found here or want to reside here or do business here. That's one of the resources that we have. So she always takes care of all the patrons that come in there. These past 2 years, Maggie has been very invested in upgrading our library's computer systems, software systems, and also what's been very popular is our e-book system. So a lot of thanks and gratitude goes to Maggie for making sure and working with our IT division, making sure that that's come to life. Another thing that Maggie's done recently is incredible. I even heard about it when I was fortunate enough to go to our ICMA conference this past year, is a program called EDGE. It's a nationwide program that is looking at libraries throughout the United States and looking at where they are compared to similar libraries. So kind of benchmarking things, and they look at a variety of aspects in that. And I remember Maggie coming back and talking to myself and Anita about the program, and it's like, she kind of, poor thing, got a glazed look on my face and, really? One more thing we got to do. You really want to go through this? And really spent the time talking about how important it is for us to get the message out as far as what we're doing in libraries, not only locally but statewide and nationwide, and where do we rank? So where can we see where we are and what we're doing? So I'm very proud that Tuolumne County is participating in that nationwide survey and really doing a lot of good things about it, and we'll continue to participate each year and get benchmark statistics back from them and really judge where we are and where we need to be and where we're going. As you guys are well aware, and the community is, the library has been without a library director for the past couple of years. It's been both under Maggie and Anita Systems' tutelage that the library has really not only carried on, but really progressed and grown and continued to provide the services during these times. They've taken on a lot on their plate, and this is especially true for Maggie. Both Maggie and Anita are the heart and soul of Tuolumne County Library. It's amazing. Like I said, I keep coming up with the word passionate. They're very dedicated to the library and really want to provide those good services. It's a privilege to have been working with Maggie these past couple of years. I've enjoyed it immensely. And I love her affection for the library and for trying to make it better. And I think Maggie's a true asset to Tuolumne County, and we're very lucky to have her. And it's very much nice to be able to honor her today with her 25-year service award.
Thank you, Mo. And I believe there's no action to take, but if any board members would like to make any comments, can. Anybody have anything?
Just like to thank you for all your hard work. The libraries are a very important public service to this county, and to any county really, but especially in the hard times that we've had. The fact that our libraries have made it through and thriving. Thank you very much for your help.
I also would like to add, without you, Maggie, and Anita and your staff up there, we wouldn't have what we have. I mean, you guys truly do a wonderful job, so thank you.
I too would like to add to that. And on the occasions when I try and sneak in there just to observe, I always see a smile on your face. And you are so kind to everyone that comes to the library. And Mo, you said it, you're passionate, just you exude it. Thank you.
I'd like to also congratulate you. 25 years, amazing. Well, it takes an enormous amount of dedication. She used the word passion and love for what you do, and it shows. It also shows in, ladies and gentlemen, we have an up-to-date library. We don't have a Podunk USA library. This one is up-to-date. And let me point out to you that all you got to do is go by during operating hours and see the parking lot full, go in and see how many people are in there. That's a testament to how well she does that job. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I appreciate all your comments. I really, really enjoyed working at the library. I mean, there's been only maybe a few days, but I didn't want to come to work, and that was years ago. Or had sick kids, you know. So I really, I'm thankful to have a job that kind of grew as my family grew, that we could raise our family here, and almost all of them are still here. And especially be part of the community, be able to see the library grow and change and branches and different things. And I can't stay away from libraries. It's just part of everything. You know, they're the center of the community, I think. So much of that is growing and changing too and just developing. So I'm really thankful. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. While Maggie's out in front of the public at the library, we're also here to honor someone who's a little bit more behind the scenes. So you may not think about it very often, but when you're driving a county vehicle and you have a problem, who are you going to call? You're going to call Mike Young. Mike is our fleet supervisor. He's the man who makes your cars run very smoothly and takes care of you if you have a problem. He's been with the county for 20 years. And during those 20 years, Mike has been an exemplary employee. He began as an equipment technician, too, and was quickly promoted to a senior mechanic. In 2009, he was promoted to fleet supervisor. At that time, his management extended only to the public works vehicles. But in 2011, when the CRA was formed, the Fleet Services Division became its own individual internal services division, and Mike took over the new duties as being now in charge of that new division very seriously. At that time, with the new division, he expanded the services to all county vehicles. And in 2012, we added the fire vehicles to his domain. The next year, ambulances were also put under fleet services for maintenance. And in 2014, because of the excellent reputation that Mike and his staff have garnered, we have been approached by the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire District and also the Tuolumne Fire District to service their vehicles as well. So I don't really need to see more. That right there is a reflection of the excellent service that Mike has been providing. But let me do add that because we are now responsible for those emergency vehicles, Mike is literally on call 24/7 throughout the year. He gets calls on weekends and in the middle of the night when there's a problem with those emergency vehicles, and he often personally responds as well as calling out his staff as needed. He's extremely knowledgeable about vehicles. He's a wealth of information. It's amazing that someone who really has seen his job evolve. Think about a car you drove 20 years ago as opposed to one you have today. It's all computerized. The way you have to service them is quite different from what it used to be. He's kept current. He's always learning new information so that he can be very knowledgeable about what he's doing, and encourages staff to attend training to make sure they are all up to date. And I've never seen Mike not smile. He's got a lot of responsibility, and yet this is one man I have never seen with a frown on his face. He's got an extremely positive attitude, and it's pervasive throughout his staff. Recently, we had a department heads meeting in which we reviewed the fleet services, and I must say that I was so proud of Mike and his staff because the overwhelming response was compliment after compliment about him and the great service that he and his staff provide. His immediate supervisor would now like to say a few words as well.
Good morning. Dana Vaccarezza, CRA Business Manager. I've had the privilege of working with Mike for 3 of his past 20 years. And during this time, I've watched him take the vision of a countywide fleet repair and maintenance operation and make it a reality. And do it in such a way that it's been extremely successful. And as Bev mentioned, we've had a lot of compliments. As anyone would agree with me who knows Mike, you will not find a nicer guy or a harder worker. And with that, I would just like to say, Mike, congratulations on 20 years. And I really appreciate all that you do every day.
The chairman hand you your 20-year award.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You want to say a few words? You don't have to.
I just want to say, thank you for the opportunity. It's been wonderful.
Thanks for 20 years of hard work.
All right. Clerk, please read item 13.
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Joe Silva for his 15 years of service to the residents of Tuolumne County.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Again, this is one of those with mixed feelings and emotions. Have the privilege to introduce this item. We have with us today Joe Silva in our audience, who's been in our community for the past 15 years. And I'm going to question his judgment, but he's going to be retiring after 40-plus, years. And 15 of those years he spent here in our community. 3 years with Sonora School District as their superintendent, and he so distinguished himself during those few years that he was able to win countywide election to our county superintendent of schools office. He's now finishing his third term, 12 years in that role, and looking at retiring. In your memo, there's some of the accomplishments and things of note during Joe's career here in the county. And again, we only know a fraction of all these things, but just to acknowledge a few of them. He's participated on things such as the Columbia College Foundation Board of Directors. He's been an integral part of the Sonora Area Foundation's Tuolumne County Profile Community Indicators project team. He served on the Sonora Regional Medical Center Citizens Advisory Board. He's also served as a member of the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce's Board of Directors. During his time as superintendent of schools, Joe's had a few things to walk our community through, some difficult issues such as multiple school consolidation initiatives, one of Joe's favorite pastimes, the rise in interest in use of charter schools, a serious issue but a challenging one, numerous political controversies and financial difficulties in numerous local school districts, many of which he had no direct control over, but tried to help smooth through those difficult waters. Helped to navigate the county schools office through the most challenging economic period in our lifetime, the Great Recession. Helped to implement new federal and state educational initiatives. Leading the fight for the extension of federal funding for local schools and roads as a member of the National Forest Counties and School Coalition. And then leading the fight against childhood obesity. Joe's efforts have been acknowledged by many and resulted in him receiving such prestigious awards as the 2012 Excellence in Government Award, sponsored by the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce, the 2012 Bill Ullum Administrator of the Year Award from the Region 7 Association of California School Administrators, the 2012 Kessel Memorial Distinguished Service Award from the Association of California School Administrators, and then just still to pick it up, I believe, the 2014 Golden Bell Award from the California School Boards Association for the Fit for the Future program aimed at eliminating childhood obesity in Tuolumne County. That is a mouthful, and there's more to be said, Joe. But it's my privilege to introduce this item, recognizing you for the 15 years of service to our community. And Mr. Chairman, you have a certificate of recognition to present to him with the board's approval. I thought you might be the best one to read that certificate.
Sure. And before I do, I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move to adopt.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'll take a quick second. I'd like to read this. Joe Silva has played an integral role in the education of Tuolumne County's youth as both the appointed superintendent of the Sonora School District for 3 years and elected Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools for 12 years. Throughout his time in Tuolumne County, Joe Silva actively sought to build strong relationships that serve to bind all sectors of the community together for the benefit of local schools and the community as a whole. Joe Silva may be best remembered for his tireless efforts as part of the National Forest Counties and Schools Coalition to lobby Congress for secure, long-term federal funding for local schools and roads, and for his local efforts aimed at eliminating childhood obesity. Known for his skill, vision, determination, and friendly demeanor, Joe Silva has earned the trust and admiration of all who have worked with him. Therefore, on behalf of the residents of Tuolumne County, the Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes Joe Silva for his 15 years of service to the residents of Tuolumne County. And Joe, it's been a pleasure to work with you over the years, and I think of you as a friend, and really, really appreciate all the things you've done for Tuolumne County. Thank you.
And Joe, I can't tell you, for those of you that wonder what a superintendent of schools does, it's a whole bunch. But I can't tell you how thankful I am personally for the work that you did to bring millions of dollars to this county and secure rural schools and Pelt money. The fight that you took on, I think you ought to be docked a few months anyway of residency in Tuolumne County for the time you spent in Washington, D.C. But that was a tremendous help to the entire county and certainly to this Board of Supervisors and previous boards as well. I can't thank you enough for the work that you've done on behalf of Tuolumne County.
Thank you.
I'd like to add to that. You know, you may dock him a few months of residency, but we need to give him an allocation for shoe leather because I know he walked those halls of Congress a lot. Actually, when I was back there for the lighting the Christmas tree, Joe was back there working Congress at that very time. Never miss an opportunity. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for doing the things you do with the schools. You know, with your encouragement, I've gotten to be principal for a day. I've gotten to be reading the classrooms really across America, and I've gotten to walk with the team on the obesity program. I think you've done a terrific job. You're going to be missed. Margie, you got big shoes to step into. It's too late to ask you to change your mind.
That's correct.
All right, try.
Yeah, I want to add, a little over 6 years ago, I think we had our first cup of coffee, and I think that was our last cup of coffee, but we certainly have had good contact. I really appreciate the way that you have gone about your business, the calmness that you show. I was in a couple meetings on charter schools that could have went a little array, but you certainly handled it well, and I don't know where you plan on going, but I hope you stay around here because we need to have another cup of coffee. Thank you,
John.
As we know, parents are very passionate about the education of their children, and it was always an honor and a privilege to serve on the Tuolumne County School Board under Joe's leadership. It was amazing. Across the state, we'd attend meetings, and along with that passion, school boards could be very contentious and have a reputation for not always having productive meetings. That was never the case with Joe. And again, it was an honor to go across this state and listen to folks talk about what is unique about Tuolumne County Office of Education. Why does it work? And it worked because of Joe's leadership. And so, Joe, on behalf of all of the parents in Tuolumne County, thank you for all those years of service. And Margie, we'll look forward to working with you. I doubt it will be the final word.
Being a politician, never pass up an opportunity to chat. So I do have an email that I will forward on to the board and to Bev, and I'm hoping that we're going to have a Christmas gift this year. I will tell you that Senator Ron Wyden has the bill ready to go. He's just waiting to attach one-year funding of secure rural schools onto any funding bill, and we think it's going to be an omnibus bill, we hope by this Friday. For you guys, not for schools, but they're also looking at PILT, so that will be huge. And Bev, I know that you'll greatly appreciate it. One of the things that has it's been a fun job, and one of the benefits is working with county department heads in lots of things that we do. I've been fortunate because not only do we have a close working relationship with the sheriff's office, but Sheriff Mealy and I have become very good friends, and that's something that I will always value. But we also have a great working relationship with public health and things that we do with immunization, that we had a program this year. We have a great working relationship when we meet on a regular basis with the Chief Probation Officer and Head of Social Services, Ann Conley. Debbie Batista, when we have unification, first off, we're officers, but second, we also are humans. And so we sat down with the Chief Petitioner about, I guess, a year and a half ago. And we said, we're not going to hold you up with anything. And his name's Dominic Torquia. Dominic, we're not going to hold you up with anything. If you don't cross a T or dot an I, we're going to let you know. We're not going to wait 6 months when you turn it in. But we want to work with you because we know that it's a huge undertaking. In addition to being a county superintendent of schools, we also run an office. And I will tell you, I have incredible pride. The staff that's here from the county schools office are second to none. They are fun to work with. They are hardworking. And something that we believe in and work on every year is customer service. We provide service to all of our school districts, but we also provide service to the community at large. Craig and I do have a regular cup of coffee, and if there's one cloud, it goes back to 11, 12 years ago when our office sued the county supervisors. And I just have to say that because we never want that to happen again, and we work very hard, and I know that it won't happen because I have a great relationship with Craig. Margie has a great relationship with Craig. We will continue that, and two government agencies should never have that happen. I feel that I'm a friend to each one of you as supervisors because we have that role and we share something in common. We're elected. And on occasion, when you want to embellish a story, I always say I'm a politician, so I get a little leeway with that. But, okay, I embellish a lot, but that happens. But I just want to say thank you. I appreciate the recognition, and I've appreciated the opportunity to serve the residents of Tuolumne County and to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right. Clerk, please read item 14.
Consideration of approving fiscal year 2014 through 15 through 2016 through 17 contract with the Department of Health Care Services for substance use disorder services. Actually, that was 14. Sorry.
14.
Oh, yeah, that was it. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Hi, Rita.
Good morning. Rita Austin, Director of Behavioral Health Department. Good morning on this wonderful wet day. For the past 20 years, Tuolumne County has been engaging in a contract with the state to provide community drug and alcohol services. There has been a number of changes in recent years with Realignment 2011 and with adjustments in the federal block grants that have been coming in. This contract is actually a retroactive contract to the beginning of this fiscal year for July 1st, 2014, due to a number of negotiations that occurred between the Behavioral Health Directors Association and the State Department of Health Care Services, which were ultimately favorable to the counties and was led by predominantly the small counties who are highly challenged by many of the demands that are included within contracts such as these. This particular contract includes Friday Night Live funding and youth funding for our communities for prevention and early intervention for youth. It also includes federal block grant funding that covers perinatal services for young women who are either addicted or misusing various substances, who have children, often foster care involved. This particular contract represents about half of our funding for the substance abuse services of the community, and will actually cover over a 3-year period. This will allow us to continue the current alcohol and drug services, to respond to treatment program referrals, in addition to the ongoing prevention services for youth and women with children. So it is respectfully requested that your board approve and execute the fiscal year 2014 through 15 through the 16-17 multi-year contract for substance use disordered services between Tuolumne County and the Department of Health Care Services in the total amount of $1,525,623, which equates to $508,000 a year, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Thanks, Rita. Questions? Okay, is there any public comment? Bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move
On
approval.
staff recommendation.
Got two motions. We'll take
I'll second then.
Randy's as a second, Sherry's as a motion. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Rita. Okay, let's take a quick break, and we'll come back, start on our CRA items. When I'm done.
Whatever he finds a parking place.
We're back in order here. Could the clerk please read 15?
Consideration of scheduling a joint meeting between the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors and the Tuolumne County Planning Commission to discuss updates for the general plan and regional transportation plan.
Staff report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. In September of 2013, your board directed staff to work with the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee to prepare a comprehensive update of the Tuolumne County General Plan, which had been adopted on December 26 of 1996. This effort was undertaken in conjunction with the update of the Regional Transportation Plan being done by the Tuolumne County Transportation Council. Staff has prepared updates of all of the elements of the general plan, as well as the community plans, and then two new elements that your board directed, a water element and a healthy communities element. All of those elements have been reviewed by your Board of Supervisors Planning Committee. We are now proposing that your board meet with the Tuolumne County Planning Commission to receive an overview of the proposed update to the general plan, and also an opportunity for the public to provide input to you at this draft stage of the process, and also to give the public an opportunity to comment at another meeting that would be conducted after your joint meeting. This would give you an opportunity to work with the Planning Commission to address issues that, again, may come out of this update, which is, a very important process. It's intended to be very interactive with the public, so we want to give the public an opportunity to participate at this stage. We have talked with the county administrator about your agendas and your upcoming items, and you have a very full schedule ahead. As such, we are looking at February for the joint meeting, and suggesting that it would be conducted in the evening of a regular board meeting day. That would give the public more opportunity to attend, especially those who work during the day, if the meeting was held in the evening. As such, I would recommend that your board consider scheduling the joint meeting with the Planning Commission on either February 3rd or February 17th, and that those meetings would begin at 6 o'clock in the evening. I also wanted to note that waiting till February gives us an opportunity to fill the two vacant Planning Commission positions that you are aware of. And also, we will be bringing to you very soon a letter from Commissioner Jerry Morrow, who's also going to be resigning effective the end of January. So that would create a third vacancy on the Planning Commission. So just wanted to let you know what was happening with the planning commissioners, and hopefully we'll get a lot of good candidates applying for those vacancies. So today, Mr. Chairman, I'm just here to ask your board to schedule a joint meeting with the Planning Commission.
Questions, comments?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I got one. I don't, I'm not averse to this at all, but I am interested. I think it would be useful if the board had a work session prior to a joint meeting with the Planning Committee.
Planning Commission.
I'm sorry, the Planning Commission. I'd like to be a little bit better prepared for a joint meeting with the Planning Commission, and I think it would be useful for us to maybe get our collective thoughts together prior to doing that. I don't know how that would fit in with the timing, because I don't know, we've got a retreat that we're trying to fit into January and everything. I don't want to unduly delay this, but I'm struggling with the thought of trying to have a productive session without some upfront structure to it, with 12 people in a room together. I think we would be better served as a board to have our stuff together prior to going into that.
I agree with Supervisor Rodefer. I'm a little concerned that the Planning Commission is going to be ready if we're going to basically replace 3 of them, one of which is an appointment I know I have to make, and I'm working on that already. But I think they also need to have their feet on the ground as a group, with potentially 3 new ones. That could be a problem. I would, if we have to do it in February, I would take the later date, but I'd be tempted to put that off a little longer, make sure we have a full Planning Commission. Just a comment.
We've all gone through every aspect of that already. From the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee, each one of those items has been brought back to the board. So we've already seen it once. I believe it would take some preparation, individual preparation, to be ready for it. But as far as going over them again, I've already seen it twice. I don't need to see it the third time before we sit down with the Planning Commission. To me, that's just drawing it out way too long. If we don't have a satisfactory meeting with the Planning Commission, then we should have another meeting collectively. But I believe the purpose of this meeting with the Planning Commission is to get as much public input as possible. We're not going to be making any decisions.
That's right. At
that time. It's for public input and outreach. And I believe this is kind of the way it was done on the last 2 times that I'm aware of the general plan.
Yes, well, at least the last time. And the idea is to give, again, for those of you who didn't sit on the committee, an opportunity to discuss it a little bit, get an overview of what's in the document. Obviously, we're not going to go page by page through a document that's this thick, but it would be an overview, and as Supervisor Gray said, it would be an opportunity for the public to come to you, especially those who have proposed land use changes to their property and the land use diagrams, to say, I have concerns, or, we think this is great, or what have you, before we go much further with the environmental impact report, which, as you know, you authorized the consultant to begin work on that part of the process.
Let me just ask then, so I'm a little bit clearer on it, since I wasn't here in 1996. I was somewhere. What would be the process after we would have this meeting and have, in essence, this is an opportunity for public input predominantly. Is that correct?
Yes, and your board could provide direction. For example, if property owners brought to your attention that they felt certain areas of the county should have more commercial development, you could direct staff to go study that some more. Perhaps we do need to make some additional proposed changes to our plan.
So then the process after that would be whatever staff is directed to do, they would go do, and then it would come back through the Planning Commission and then again to the board, all of which would be public hearings?
Ultimately, there will be a public hearing by the Planning Commission and your board. Those would be after the environmental impact report is completed, after we finish the environmental review. But as far as public outreach, we would anticipate, again, depending on the amount of changes or direction provided by your board, perhaps setting a second either a joint meeting or additional public outreach meetings as your board feels is necessary.
I'm going to jump in. I've heard your comment. Do you want to go first? Go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, I have a few concerns. Randy and Carl both expressed them. My appointment is one of those vacant seats, and I have been trying really hard since June to find someone to fill that, talk to a number of individuals. And so with 3 vacancies and one just, I think, recently appointed in the last 2 months, I want to be sure that we give our commissioners enough time to be fully engaged in the plan before we have a public meeting. And so I would just caution that we push it, if not till the end of February, the 1st of March, just to give them the time that they'll need.
I would agree with those comments, and I'm concerned about the Planning Commission having enough time to get up to speed, being that there's going to be almost half of the commission being replaced. But even beyond that, more than that, what concerns me, I don't think having joint meetings is a good idea. I think having 12 people all trying to participate is going to be unwieldy, and Dick plans that any commission more than, what did he say?
7.
It doesn't work. And trying to be able to give direction to our staff when you've got 12 people, it's just going to be confusing. I think it needs to be separated out, just like we do with anything. The board can give some direction, look at the plan. We've had the planning committee vetting the details of it. Give us one chance to give some direction. If there's any changes that need to be made, you can make those and then send it to planning commission. I don't mind if we do it in the evening, if we did it at this time, but I would say just do just the board would be my proposal. And that gives the public that works during the day an opportunity to show up and comment. But there'd be 5 of us, and we're the ones that are going to make the final determination and have the responsibility and the accountability to the public for this kind of decision. The Planning Commission is a great tool for us to vet issues and to get additional input. So I think sending it to them maybe after we have one opportunity to give direction would be a good idea, and maybe that'll buy some time for the new members to be able to learn a little bit about what they're going to be looking at. So that'd be my idea.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea. I like maybe doing in February, do that work session with the board, do it in the evening so the public can come, and then give whatever direction we want to the staff, and then run it through the Planning Commission and run it through the board. I mean, there's nothing to keep
that's fine.
the
That's
Planning
fine.
Commission
Whatever
members
process your
if they
board
want.
Prefers.
Yep.
Is there any other questions or comments? Are you okay with that, John? I know you're...
He's tired of it.
I know you're tired of it.
I'm fine with it. It's the opportunity for the public that's important to make sure that they're there. We're going to have to find some more planning commissioners, so if anybody out there is interested, please contact us.
And this is a really, really important document. There's, we don't want to shortchange it in any way. So at this time...
Question. After we have this joint meeting and then we turn it to the Planning Commission, when do you think it'll be ready for its environmental review?
Well, as you know, your board already approved the contract with Rincon
Right.
Consulting, so they're already doing the
Okay.
background information right now.
Okay. So timing when that's going to be completed?
Well, we would anticipate a draft in the summer.
Okay.
A draft that will actually be published and released for the public comment.
Okay.
Would be sometime the summer of 2015.
Essentially, what will happen is we get that environmental review, we're going to have to possibly make some changes to what we've already recommended.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm fine with it. And either date's fine with me.
Okay.
I don't...
So I don't know that we need a motion, but we're going to do a board work session in the evening on one of those dates in February, and then perhaps a joint session with the Planning Commission, or just a session with the Planning Commission later.
Just a separate Planning Commission
Separate
session.
Planning
Do you want me to
Commission.
read what I've written on my minutes?
Sure.
I just put board consensus to hold a board meeting in the evening to address the general plan and regional transportation plan and a possible joint meeting at a later date. Is that sufficient?
And
That's
I don't
fine.
think a joint meeting at a later date. I think
No?
just a Planning Commission, just to get that other input.
Then there's no joint meeting. Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
What I'm hearing is the board is not proposing a joint meeting at this time.
But we do want an evening session.
And for the agendizing of that, we could just add that as a timed item since it's on a regular
It'll just
board
be an
day.
appointment.
So
Sure.
if there's a preference that you would want to voice of either the 3rd or the 17th.
Either works for me.
I would say the 3rd if we can all make it, because that'll give the staff an
2 weeks
earlier
later.
start.
Okay, so the 3rd. We'll just agendize it, add that as a timed item to that agenda.
Yeah, 6 o'clock.
On the 3rd.
Perfect. All right, I think we're good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Clerk, please read 16.
Consideration of approving a standard agreement for professional service with NV5 for services associated with the design and survey of Mono Way operational and safety improvement project.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Bev Shane Community Resources Director. As you all are aware, we had a big ribbon cutting ceremony for the East Sonora bypass a year ago. After that, the state of California relinquished Mono Way from Peaceful Oak Road to Via Este to the county. So we are now responsible for the maintenance of that former state highway. One of the terms of the relinquishment agreement between the county and Caltrans was that the state would program funds for us to make improvements that are needed to that stretch of Mono Way. The state has allocated or has programmed $1.8 million for that effort. This particular segment of Mono Way has insufficient shoulders, drainage deficiencies, and is not designed to accommodate pedestrian and bicycle traffic. We are proposing a project that would rectify that situation. Specifically, the project would include widening the roadway shoulders, improving existing drainage, realigning the intersection of Mono Way and Jeunesse Road, and adding left turn pockets on Mono Way to accommodate left turn movements onto Christie May Lane and Jeunesse Road. This project we are calling the Mono Way Operational and Safety Improvements Project, and we are here today to ask your board to execute an agreement with NV5 Incorporated, which is formerly Nolte Associates, to prepare topographic boundary surveying and preliminary design as phase 1 of the engineering of the project, and then also to perform the duties under phase 2, which would include preparing plans and specifications, and also the bidding and documents and construction support. We are proposing that, or have recommend that your board enter into this contract with NV5 for both phases 1 and 2 for the preliminary engineering phases of the project and the construction engineering in an amount not to exceed $140,908.15. Here to answer your questions are our supervising engineer, Tanya Allen, and also our new engineer, David Ruby, who is going to be the project manager for the county on this particular project. Mr. York is also available to answer your questions.
Cool. Glad to have you here, yeah. Get an introduction at the same time. Is there any questions from the board?
Yeah, I just I received a number of calls early on after the road was turned over to the county about driveways, line of sights, and some trimming and in various areas. And I just want to make sure that we address all of those the best that we can. I think most of them were towards the top of the hill. But just to clarify, this is going to include some encroachment repair for some of the driveways off of the old Mono Way. Is that correct?
I would expect it would include minor impacts to those.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm David Ruby. Yeah, I would expect that would include minor impacts to driveways to make them work properly.
Okay. All right. And that was the biggest concern that the people in the area that had called me and came into my office and talked about that some of the encroachments were beat up pretty much during the construction time, and they thought that they should get be able to get those fixed. So if we make sure we look at those.
Yeah, we'll definitely look at those. I don't know if the mic's working. And as well as...
Your mic's not on, I can't hear you.
It is on.
Is it?
It's green.
Okay.
So we would look into those driveways as well as to address your issue on the site distance. Having the widening of the road is going to also pull back some of that shrubbery that will improve that site distance as well.
All right, thank you.
I had a question. Oh, Randy, go ahead.
The state's giving us $1.8 million, correct?
That's correct.
You're actually asking us to authorize, it looks like you're asking us to authorize $162,000 almost, because there's some staff time involved. That comes out of the $1.8 million, correct?
Yes, that would be, we would be reimbursed for our costs.
Okay, so what we're looking at is our budget then becomes a little over $1.6 million when it comes to the repairs.
For the construction, yes.
Can we do it for that? Estimates or guesses?
Yes. In the process when the state was relinquishing money to us, our engineer team pulled together some estimates. We've gone out there and looked at the site, developed the project, did a detailed estimate to see what it would actually cost before we submitted those costs to the state for programming.
Do we expect to spend it all?
Yes.
Okay.
Always do.
I'm more worried about overspending than overachieving here than I am underachieving, because there's other places that we could spend money. But
I think it's earmarked.
But yes, we can only use these funds on this particular.
I know that. I know that. But I'm more concerned about overdoing it, and because there's other places in the road in the county that would like a Woodham Carn.
Oh,
That we heard about earlier today. The wonderful Woodham Carn. You remember that? Okay.
Supervisor Gray, if you give me a list of those locations on those driveways, some of those are named roads, El Rey and Haystack Road. If there are site distance issues that exist out there, the maintenance responsibility is currently ours. So you get me to where those are, and we'll get our maintenance crews to take a look at those areas.
Duke, that was some time ago, and we did have a discussion early on whether or not there was enough money to fix that road, and you assured me that we were going to do it, and I did mention those at that time. We might have to take a ride out there because I'm not too sure. I'm sure I have a note on it somewhere, but I'm getting older now and I don't remember everything.
We've noticed. Just kidding.
That's right.
I'm just kidding. You set it up.
He's the only one on the board that can say that to you.
I've got a couple questions here. I'll try to shift the discussion a little bit back to topic. I'm confused about the funding revenue. You've got $244,000. That's the 2010 STIP allocation, and then we're talking about this 1.8 from Caltrans. What it looks here like the preliminary engineering and the staff times coming out of that, the 161. So what's the deal with, is that, I don't understand how they're, I don't see the 1.8, but I see the 244 from the CTC.
We're only indicating what is needed for this phase of the project. And what the state has done is they have programmed the funds to be spent in different fiscal years.
So the
what's
one
programmed now,
So is the 244 out of the 1.8?
Yes.
Okay, that is the STIP allocation.
Yes.
It's just that's what's budgeted in the road fund capital
for this
budget
year.
line.
And then when we get to construction, then we'll have more allocation of funds as we go through the process.
I gotcha. Okay. Any other questions? Public comment? Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the contract.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Clerk, please read 17.
Consideration of referring proposed amendments to Title 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance go to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission for recommendation.
Staff report.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Currently, when a building in Tuolumne County is damaged by fire or other calamity, It must be made safe by boarding up the windows and doors or fencing the property. As long as the structure is determined to be in a safe condition, there is no requirement that the building be repaired or removed. This has created complaints from your constituents about the unsightliness of buildings that are left boarded up for long periods of time with no proposals for improvements in the near future. In order to address this situation, your board placed in the Planning Committee's work program for this year for staff to draft a damaged building ordinance. The ordinance before you today is that ordinance. It proposes that a new chapter 15.36 be added to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. The chapter would require the owner of a building that has been damaged by fire or from another calamity that ends up causing visual blight to repair the building to eliminate the blight or to demolish the building within 18 months following the calamity. The property owner would be able to request 2 6-month extensions of the 18-month period, so that would give them a total of 2.5 years. The other issue that's come up is buildings are often neglected. It's not a fire, it's not something like that. It's simply that the building is no longer being maintained. And you've received complaints about that as well. So this ordinance would add provisions that would require that a building that has become so neglected as to also cause a visual blight would require the property owner to make improvements to the building to eliminate the blight or to demolish it within also an 18-month time period with opportunities for 2 6-month extensions. The ordinance would establish that I, as your community resources director, would be the one who makes the determination as to whether or not a building is creating blight. We would enforce this ordinance through our code compliance program, which does provide for a hearing. So any property owner would have the opportunity
An appeal hearing?
to appeal the determination to your board. Your board planning committee reviewed this draft ordinance at its meeting on October 30th, and at that time the committee recommended that your board refer this to the planning commission with no changes. So today I'm here just to ask your board to direct us to take this ordinance to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission for action.
Questions? Randy?
In both cases that you mentioned, fire and neglect, one of my concerns, and there's a building I'm thinking of, you and I have talked about, I believe that's a safety concern because it's not, in my view, properly boarded. I mean, there's open windows that aren't boarded, and I have been told by locals that it's an attraction magnet. So the safety issue, in my view, needs to be considered when we look at what we do. They need to make sure that these things are at least boarded up while they make their decision on their 18 months. And what happens if they don't?
Well, then it's, again, a code compliance case, which will go through that process. It's going to take, as you know, a long time for compliance. Ultimately, the county would have the ability to demolish the building.
An abatement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then
Well,
lien
the
the
safety
property?
is just a big issue.
Yes,
for me.
and-
I mean, I'm willing to give people time, but they got to be safe and for the.
Yes, and the county can abate that by boarding it up ourselves, too, which we have done in many cases. The safety issue is reviewed by our Fire Prevention Bureau and also the chief building official. And
Okay.
they are the people who have the knowledge and go up and make sure buildings are secure or not.
Okay.
Additional questions?
I had a question. Have you talked to the Historic Preservation Committee about this? The reason I'm asking is I'm just a little concerned with the definition, cracking and peeling paint. A lot of the buildings that I think they would find to have historical significance that are in need of help. Financing to do some of that renovation work can be really difficult on old historic buildings, and so I just want to be really careful that we don't find ourselves in a place where they may need some visual improvements, but there's time needed to find a way to get that done.
Well,
get the investment.
That is something, if you would like to provide more time, usually through our co-compliance process, that already has built-in opportunities to give people extensions.
And
so
I read that.
If we get to the point where we're having to take a co-compliance action against someone and they need more time, then we would be able to give them additional time.
I think at the planning commission level, we did, our committee level, we did have that discussion somewhat, and we do have some buildings out there that are, I would use the term that they use in Bodie, arrested decay.
Yes.
They're not falling apart. They don't really have any paint on them. It's
Right.
weathered wood, board and bat type issues, but I don't think those are something that we would be going after in my mind.
No.
Those are historical buildings that's what they are.
And this would be handled on complaint base, unless there's a true health and safety issue. This would be, which we can already deal with under the building code. This would be handled on complaint
On a
basis.
complaint, but by the definition, somebody could see cracking paint and file a complaint.
But there again, that's in the draft ordinance. We can, if your board would like to modify the definition, this is was drafted using other jurisdictions' definitions to provide guidance. And so if you feel that the reference to the paint is not necessarily applicable.
I think the paint by itself wouldn't
Right.
warrant this type of action, but I think it is a general characteristic of these buildings. But I think the bigger qualifier is, like you said, whether there's a major structural fire,
right.
Some kind of a calamity. Say, we had a couple of years ago, we had the big tree storms, and you had trees falling on buildings, and they're, say somebody has a big yellow pine that drops through the middle of a building, and they leave it. That's what.
And I agree.
Need to be fixed.
That's what needs to be fixed, and that's what I think we're trying to address, and I think what our intent is. But we just want to stay away from, being misinterpreted to the point where if someone has some peeling paint, we're going and slapping a sticker on their house that says we're going to tear this down.
Well, we're sending our code compliance folks out to look at it just
because
that's
there's
the
cracked
complaint
paint.
driven,
Yeah. So if there's a way to tighten up that definition a little bit, just to where it's a little more clear, I don't know what I'd have to look at it really close and think about it to.
Well, it says including but not limited to boarded up windows or doors, non-permanent coverings over the roof or other portions of the building, unpainted, cracking, or peeling paint. And that's the piece that, in and of itself, probably wouldn't meet the threshold.
Yeah, and I mean, the difficult thing with a policy like this is it does require a certain amount of discretion, and it's I mean, when you're looking at a building and you're trying to take a subjective situation like this and apply a policy to it, it's going to take some discretion by our director here.
Absolutely. I just don't want our code compliance officer, who is already overloaded, to be responding to
and
some of the frivolous complaints that are out there.
Yeah. Well, looking at this, there's a few ways to. Here's my creative mind at work.
And you have
there's
one?
probably some ways to work around this. If I had a building and I wanted to fix it up over time and it was run down, and it was one of these types of buildings, you could probably go get a permit, and you can get permit extensions. I mean, you can get extensions for years and years on this thing if you really wanted to. And I don't want to advertise that too much, but the fact of the matter is there's a lot of flexibility, and if there's people making efforts, I know they can they can draw this out for a long time.
That's true.
It's the situations like Little Sweden, where you have buildings. I can think of a number of them. I don't want to name them, but there really are situations where there's buildings that are neglected to the point where it's a very negative impact on the surrounding communities. And right now, there's absolutely no tool to deal with that. And I've often tried to express to our code compliance officer that the situations where there's neglect, where people have abandoned cars and garbage and structures that are falling down and roofs that are leaking and windows that are broken, are a lot more of a nuisance to the community and more of a health and safety concern than a lot of the situations where there's somebody that just didn't get the right permit or something like that. And so this has been a priority. Doesn't mean those other things aren't important. We shouldn't enforce them, but these are definitely a priority, and I think this would give us a tool. And oftentimes when we're adopting new policies like this, I think it's good to be able to come back and look at it. And we've talked about that when we had the noise ordinance on the lake and situations like that. So maybe I'm okay with how this is written right now, but maybe we could bring it back after a year just to get an update on it.
I think what she's asking for right now
Planning Commission.
is to.
Sure.
I would move that we send it to the Planning Commission for its review.
Second.
Motion second. Any public comment? Bring it back for action. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Clerk, please read. Let's see, is it 18?
Consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the Community Resources Agency Director and the Deputy Community Resources Agency Director of Roads to submit applications, execute agreements, administer grant awards under the California Department of Resources Recycling and Recovery, rubberizing pavement grant program, and tire derived aggregate grant program. Sorry about that. That's a mouthful.
We'll just move on staff.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane again. The Department of Resources Recycling and Recovery, commonly referred to as Cal Recycle, administers various grant programs in furtherance of the state of California's efforts to reduce, recycle, and reuse solid waste generated in the state. Two of these programs, the Rubberized Pavement Grant Program and the Tire-Derived Aggregate, known as TDA grant program, provide funds for road construction and capital improvement projects. Funds from the Rubberized Pavement Grant Program are earmarked for incorporating rubberized hot mix asphalt and rubberized chip seal into road projects. The tire-derived aggregate is produced from shredded tires and is lightweight, free-draining, and less expensive conventional lightweight aggregates. And this product is used for slope stabilization, embankment fill, retaining wall backfill, and other similar uses. There are funds currently available at Cal Recycle for these grant programs. In order for us to apply for the funding, Cal Recycle requires a legislative body to adopt a resolution to apply for the funding and to designate who is authorized to make those applications. The proposed resolution before you today would authorize the Community Resources Agency Director and the Deputy CRA Director responsible for roads to submit applications and administer any grants awarded under these Cal Recycle programs. The resolution must also identify the period of time for the authorization, and our draft resolution proposes 5 years, which is the maximum that is allowed under this program. The Engineering Division anticipates submitting applications under these programs in order to use rubberized pavement and the tire-derived aggregate for capital improvement projects that would be constructed as early as next fiscal year. So today I'm here to ask your board to adopt the resolution that would authorize us to submit applications for these grant funds.
Questions? Yes, Supervisor Roy. This is the product we used on Tuolumne Road?
North Tuolumne?
That's correct. We used rubberized chip seal.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I don't want to repeat what he said about it, but it was
It's good stuff.
I'd be prepared to make the motion that we approve the resolution.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there public comment? Rutherford? And I'll just make a quick comment. I think this is absolutely great. It's a recycled product for one, and it's a durable product. And so I'm happy to see that you're doing this, and I'd like to encourage you to be as aggressive as you can in pursuing funding to do as many projects as possible.
Overachieving
District
is quite
4.
acceptable.
Yeah. What's that?
I said mostly in District 4, if we could.
No. You're out of order. All right. Call for the question. All in
District
favor?
4. Aye.
Okay, carries 5-0. Thank you. Could the clerk read 19?
Consideration of approving a contract
Nice
with
try.
Tyler Backhoe Services, Inc. to perform the work as shown on the plan, specifications, and bid book for the Jamestown Sidewalk Project.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. In July, your board approved the plan, specifications, and bid book for the Jamestown Sidewalks Project. That project, as you will recall, will improve several sidewalks in the Jamestown community and is also will feature the Walk of Fame project being conducted by the Jamestown community. On September 16th, your board rejected all of the bids from the first bidding process, and you issued a new call for bids to be due on October 23rd. On that date, we received 6 bids for the project. The bids ranged in price from $713,185 to $987,107. The lowest bidder has been determined to be qualified by County Council, and we are here today to ask your board to award a contract for the Jamestown Sidewalks Project to Taylor Backhoe Services Incorporated in an amount not to exceed in an amount of $713,185. We expect to issue the notice to proceed to the contractor in April, and the project should be completed within 60 working days or up to, which would be about 3 months total time. So this project we're hoping will be done this spring and early summer.
Carl?
Yeah, I just happen to be the fortunate supervisor today. This is a great example of community and county staff partnership, working through getting some improvements in their local community. Jamestown community's done a lot of hard work on this and a lot of fundraising, and thank you, Duke, for your work with them. They constantly, well, not constantly, but generally sing your praises. This is a good example of why Tuolumne County is just a great place to live. And I know there are communities in every one of the districts that have done similar kinds of projects. So I'll be glad to move on staff recommendations.
Motion second, public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. Item 20.
Consideration of hearing the first reading of an ordinance to correct a clerical error in ordinance number 3250.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my last item this morning is an ordinance to correct a clerical error in ordinance 3250. In April of this year, your board approved ordinance 3250 to rezone 1,077 square feet of property in the Columbia area from public to OAIR, which is open space airport combining. This project site was just a portion of a larger property that encompasses the Columbia Elementary School campus. Unfortunately, the ordinance referred to the entire assessor's parcel rather than just to the 1,077 square foot section. So I'm here today to ask your board to consider waiving the first reading of an ordinance that would correct that error by identifying the parcel as 370309, which would be substituting the APN because the parcel has now been assigned a separate number by the county assessor. So that would correct this error.
Okay. Move on staff recommendation.
Second?
Second.
Motion second. Any public comment? Bring it back. Call for question. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah. Okay. Could the clerk read 21?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act 14, Section 8630C.
All right, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So it is time again for your board to review the need. So we're putting up a map for you. It's time to review the need as to whether we will continue the state of emergency due to drought conditions. And in a minute, we'll go over what the map is that Rob and Daniel are putting up. But in the meantime, just a quick update of where we're at. We will have the next drought task force meeting will be next Thursday, in which we meet with our small water companies. Remember, there's over 130 small water companies in Tuolumne County, and majority of those are on wells. So keep that in mind as you hear from both Larry and Rob here in a few minutes as to why we have further concerns as we go into the year here. In addition to that, as you know, your board signed an agreement with ATCA to act as a private nonprofit on our behalf to go out and start providing water to those people's homes that have no water due to drought, so those who are on wells. And what we did, as we had outlined before, was we did create a committee, and this committee is comprised of county council, myself, and Craig, county administrator, environmental health director. We have public health officer, State Water Resources Control Board, Cal OES, TUD, Twain Hart CSD, and ATCA. So what we're doing right now is a group of us are meeting and looking at all of these who have reported, in which Rob has gone out and verified are experiencing these types of issues with their wells. And we're looking at several different ways in which that we can try and accommodate their needs. And it could be bringing in temporary water system to them as in a water tank and plumbing and electrical so that we can pump the water into their homes. It could be that we look at if they're close enough to public infrastructure, that we, example, we already had 3 homes that have been connected to TUD permanently, so there is another funding source for that. And then the third is something we're kind of looking at as a way to temporarily connect those homes who are close enough to Tuolumne Utilities District, but yet it's too expensive to do the full hookup. So we can do a temporary connection, and that's something we're exploring right now too. So having all of those individuals at the table has been very helpful. As we have the engineers that are there, water operators, and now ATCA has actually hired a general contractor who will coordinate this for them. So he's well aware when he needs to look for a permit, what the electrical needs are, the plumbing, and all of that. So that's where we're at with that. In the meantime, Rob and Larry are going to provide you an update on something that they've been working on together.
Good morning, Board. Larry Bile, the County GIS, Geographic Information System Coordinator. And what we've done so far is, Rob will talk about the status of his program to note locations and possible well failure situations. What I have here is a map. I'll introduce the map, then let Rob talk, and we'll talk about a little application that we're working on. Basically, what the map shows is the obviously the county where you can see there's some major roads shown. The Pine Mountain Lake area and Groveland area, Jamestown, up through towards Miwok Village and on up. The locations shown here, it's a little muddled, a lot of data on this map. But the red dots you see are locations that we were able to extract from the permit tracking system that have already applied for new or deepening wells due to some sort of a well failure. And the green dots, I'm going to show you something in a minute that shows them much more clearly, are locations that have been reported to Rob from various sources, including the people themselves. And so we're adding those as we go. This is up to date as of the data we got yesterday. So I'll let Rob talk about what he's doing, and then I'll come back and I'll talk about the application itself that we're proposing to use in the field.
Rob Kostlevy, Environmental Health.
Well, first of all, we have, pulling up all the permit numbers out of our tracking system, we have 85 permits that are associated with water wells this year. Of those, 21 are drought related. So that equates to approximately 24.7%, 25% of all of our well applications are due to the drought. We have not had a new application for a well in over a month, and most likely that is because one of our main drillers is in the valley drilling until the beginning of the year. So we anticipate once January rolls around, Canapa will come back up and start drilling in Tuolumne County again. Since we've done this public outreach about a month and a half ago, we have seen a huge increase in the amount of activity of wells that are being reported to the county. And looking at the homes that are actually impacted from about the last month and a half, we're looking at 70 homes, 70 residences that are essentially out of water or nearly out of water. So every time that we get a call in environmental health or OES gets a call, it is forwarded to me. I go out there and personally inspect each one of these. And upon the inspection, I determine whether or not they qualify for the CDAA funding or assistance, the California Disaster Assistance Act. And upon that, we still have a few to verify that came in last week. But it's pretty safe to say we are actually at 70 homes. And I believe once we have an actual deliverable product where we've delivered a tank to somebody or assisted in connecting to a public utility district, these numbers are going to explode. I believe that's not just me trying to say something to your board. I believe that's going to be a fact. Once this is spread out through the county, that we are doing something for our residents, it's only going to multiply. And upon doing these inspections, Larry and Dorothea have essentially created an app for us, and I'd like to hand that over to Larry right now.
Let's, I'll give you a little more detailed information about what's on the map. It's hard to see. It's easier to see on the paper map. There's some resolution issues because of the projector. But what we're looking at, if you look at Pine Mountain Lake, the area defined in the light tone is the area served by the water from GCSD, Groveland Community Services District. And then the blue shaded areas are areas served by TUD, and then there are some additional areas that are served by mutual water districts. So we have a pretty clear definition working with the TUD staff to define where are the areas of existing service. The red lines are actual water lines, which we have a good layer we got, and we refreshed that recently from TUD, so we know where the water lines actually are, within reasonable accuracy. And then the areas that don't show water that are colored are either in an area where there's no current, no water lines, or they're a mutual or something which we just don't have data from. A lot of those aren't in the modern era in terms of CAD drawings and things like that yet, to small districts. So what we're trying to look at was which of the water, the well areas of concern can be logically serviced by an extension of water lines. And then Rob and everyone's been working with TUD, and TUD is actually going to be doing some of that. So that's what these areas are shown on the map. Now the application that Rob's referring to, when Rob was starting to get overwhelmed with the number that he was getting, going out in the field and documenting, he was creating a spreadsheet, which is a good way of organizing the data, but it doesn't do much for, in terms of handling on a day-to-day basis and geographically. So we've came up, there's a new application process that's available through our vendor. Our software vendor is called ESRI, Environmental Systems Research Institute, and they've gone into an online, basically a hosted in the cloud data providing service as well as selling the software. Now, because we have the software, we have licenses and we have a certain number of credits we can use. So we can take advantage of the fact that they've got the ArcGIS online, and we can access that from remote devices. So cellular phones. This is my cellular phone, and this is it's an iPad, and I've got both these open now to this app that we're going to demonstrate on the desktop version. So right now I've accessed the same map data 3 ways. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the app as it exists in the laptop version. It's a little more simplified in a small format, so this is more detail than you get like on an iPhone, because it just has less geography to work with. But basically at this point, you can see that it takes us to we're already at Sonora, and if we scan out to the whole data area, you can see the cluster of points that represent what's in Tuolumne County. Basically the same points on the map. I zoom in closer, and you can start to see there's certain areas that are more prominent for well locations than others, well issue locations. Again, the red are the ones where people have actually got permits through our permit tracking system, and the blues are the ones, bluish green, are the ones that Rob's basically put in the system. Okay, so I don't want to get too close on this because of basically this is confidential information. This is not something that's shared with the public, so I don't want to if I get too close, you'll know that location, and that's not what we're going to do. But what we can do with this application is I can click on a particular point, and I created a dummy point here in Sonora, which is the location of our building. I was sitting in the office, and I created a point for my office. And so the owner's Ann Francisco. And you can see this is the kind of information we can put. And then while they're in the field, Rob, as a data collector, can add this. I just threw so in other words, he can take a photograph if that's something he wants to do, and that becomes part of that record too. Now, right now, to back up a little bit, it's important to know that the only people who can access this data, they have to log in through the internet, and they have to I've set up permissions for 4 people: myself, Dorothea Knigge, who did the heavy lifting on the development here, and Jamie Gates in IT, and Rob. That's it. So no one else can look at this. We can decide later if certain amount of this needs to be public, and we can do that, but for right now it's considered confidential. And so other people can't see this. But what Rob can do with a remote device, and he's been doing this so far with his personal, this is my phone and my iPad, but he's taking his personal iPhone out, and he's collecting data points because, phones have a GPS value, and based on that GPS value, we can pick points. He can also move them with his finger. And he's creating points, and then he's putting in some attributes about the condition of the well, the situation on the ground. And then we can access that here. We can access that on desktops. We can access this through our ArcGIS, which is what Dorothea did to create the map you see. And we can also create reports from that. So how many new wells were reported during a certain period, and what's the status of those? We can generate spreadsheets or PDF documents for reports that go to the state and whatever. So the idea is it just becomes a mobile app, a desktop app. We have very confident that we have full control over who has access to it and who doesn't, which is basically 4 people right now. And this is a way that we're going to be tracking these into the future. That's our goal.
So is this for short? Is the purpose of this just for short-term tracking purposes, or is this creating a long-term record for? Does this stay in house, or does it go to the state, or what? How's this all being applied?
Well, right now we're still working it out. This is this isn't it's functional, but it's not fully fleshed at this point. But yes, we can create reports to the state. Right now, I think they're document reports like spreadsheets. Yeah. I don't know that we'll be sending maps to the state. We can do that. That's up to the program people to decide if that's appropriate.
So actually, the state is collecting at a statewide level, and that's something Rob is working on in his staff. I don't know if you want to kind of talk about that briefly, or.
Yes, essentially, the state has an intake form, and typically a homeowner can do it or a public agency such as Tuolumne County can do it. And we have started entering all of the data from the 70 residences that are impacted from the reporting to us since the outreach, and then also we are going to input the 21 permits that were taken out into this statewide database. Then my understanding from our meeting yesterday is there is a state map that's not public yet. and they are keeping track of that.
So with that being said, what the state's collecting right now, they're saying they've only received 1,400 statewide, and we know that we're behind in reporting some of this data. We're just getting it into the system, and so as you can imagine, the governor's trying to get his hand on how big is this potentially going to be? How big is it now, and how big could it become with the amount of the CDAA funding that's being poured into this program?
The purpose is to gather this information so that we can get the funding to fix the problems that we have.
Correct. And what happens right now is because Rob's out in the field so much, and we're just now to the point with ADCA, with County Council, they have the, and I can't remember, access entry form. What is that?
Right of entry.
So we have the right of entry form. That's been completed. That was one of the first pieces of information. Essentially, it's kind of like this contract and agreement between ADCA and the homeowner for them to enter into their property. They're to the point where they're ready to start making phone calls and going out to the homes. So this is allowing, while Rob is out in the field, we can start looking at reports. So if he's out all day long, I could be looking at what he's gathering and actually start doing the forms and making those referrals during the day to ADCA so that they're getting a steady stream of referrals as to who to act upon.
Essentially, it's a way to have a real-time database of everything that I'm doing out in the field. So if I'm out in Jamestown inputting well outages, Tracy can pull that up immediately and see where these are and make those reports to the state and to ADCA to get assistance for the individuals that are out of water. And then also, it is a great way to see any trends that show up on the map. If there's certain locations that are being harder hit than others, we can start assessing that information, potentially going out and looking at other areas in that general vicinity that they might not be reporting any information to us, but have a better public outreach to that area to see if anyone else is being impacted.
Question, do we have any particular areas right now that are of greater concern than that we need to be more concerned about than others?
I'm seeing quite a bit on in the Columbia area, and then also we had a large amount off of
Campo Seco.
Yeah, Campo Seco.
Jamestown.
Yeah, Jamestown.
District 5.
Yeah, my favorite district. This is a great tool. I'm encouraged by that. I think it's going to help us manage the situation greatly. But I am very concerned about the situation, and not just because District 5 seems to be getting hit right now. A couple of things concern me about it. One is the accelerating nature, and I think it's safe to say that of well failures, and I think it's safe to say that it has the acceleration rate has not started to taper off, that it's kind of headed through the roof. So I think we're going to see more, and it probably won't be located or just located in District 5. But some other things concern me, and one, I had a discussion yesterday with Mr. Tom Shaza, the general manager for TUD. They're already anticipating this, and they're looking at how they can expand their coverage. But let's remember that this drought emergency started with the surface water crisis, and we went underground to help solve that surface water crisis. We're in a much better position this year in terms of our surface water storage going into the winter at both Pinecrest and Lyons. So I'm encouraged by that, and obviously with the rain that's coming, I'm encouraged by that too. But as we rely more and more on surface water, that puts an increased burden on that surface water storage, and As well systems, if groundwater starts to become more and more scarce, that also limits our ability to go underground to address potential future surface water issues. So I think we really need to be thinking strategically with the water districts, and particularly TUD. I think GCSD is in a little bit better shape, although I understand they're providing water now to Evergreen Lodge out there because they're having some surface water issues as well. So this is serious. I certainly think that we are far from a point where we want to discontinue the state of emergency in the county.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I move to to continue with adoption of the resolution continuing the local state of emergency.
I will second discussion.
Yeah, keep going, Sherry.
Yeah, I'm just, I can see where this will provide some really good trend information. But I'm a little bit concerned about, I understand the need to supply the state with numbers. But what are they asking, what other information are we required to give them?
The information that they are asking is essentially the location, the parcel number, owner, when it was out, what type of water system is it? Is it a surface water system? Is it a spring? Is it a well? How many people are impacted in the house? Very similar questions to what we're asking on our intake form, but this is collected obviously on a statewide level.
Makes us nervous. We don't trust the state. When they're looking at creating a regulatory framework, it's hard to imagine that they wouldn't use this type of information to help construct that.
I agree with that.
And in some cases, that could be a good thing, and in some cases, that could be a bad thing. But like I said, makes us nervous.
The issue, I think, more importantly, is though without that information, we can't get the help to the people that are running out of water.
Yeah, we have to help the people.
So we have to supply the information in order to do that.
I don't mind them having it. It's the state that worries me. Go ahead, Carl.
Just for public information for those that might be listening, can you characterize either by depth or we've already talked about location, but are most of these well failures, are they relatively shallow, or do we have a mix of deep and shallow, and or what? Can you help me there?
Yeah, essentially in the Columbia area, they're relatively shallow. They're anywhere from 15 feet to 150. Other areas you're ranging from 20 to 30 feet to 300.
Okay.
A lot of these could just be old, shallow wells that were never really that good of a well to start with. I've seen wells fail in past years just because they're not that good of wells. And on the same property, seen other wells that did fine that were deeper or, just a better spot. So with fractured rock, you guys know it's a crapshoot. But so we have a motion and a second. Is there any other public comment?
Mr. Chair, if I could just add a couple comments and echo something that Carl had mentioned. The started as surface water, and we're looking at our major utility districts. And then quickly thereafter, we started with the drought task force that was looking at, all the larger districts, but also the small community water systems. Then those are predominantly well, not solely, but predominantly well. And those have been well looked after with the help from the state. But then soon thereafter, then we have these private wells, started, showing up. We actually saw it in the ag community. Now it's moved on to homes. And this is a significant issue. It's grown, the nature of it, it's changed. We are thinking in a different terms of where are we going long term, with this, because we're not going to get out of this in the near term. Want to echo again for people to conserve. Everyone should, but those that are on wells do not take for granted that water is going to be there. Don't want to put a scare, but at the same time, just be good stewards of what they have and don't take it for granted. The other thing is we may need, this is really chewing up a lot of time staff, rightfully so, because what's more important than this kind of thing. But I have also asked, what are we going to do to backstop folks? Particularly, I know with Rob, he's taken a lot of time, and you want to keep your normal environmental health functions going. So I may be coming back, with some requests, at least on a short-term basis, to backfill, so we can keep the normal process of development and those things going on, so Rob can stay focused, or at least the division can stay focused in this very important need for the public.
Randy?
Yeah, a couple of quick questions and a comment. Rob, you said once we start, I take it we haven't, but once we start helping people out, you think this will explode. You think that means you have a lot more out there that are unreported? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah. Yes.
And what level do you think that is? Give me an estimate. Any idea?
I can only guesstimate on this, and
well, okay, but
it would at least double of what we're receiving now.
Okay.
Because it's been very public, and the same thing, if you just look over a couple of counties away in Tulare County with Porterville, that's what happened there. It was unreported because people were afraid. And
what elevation is Porterville?
What's that?
What elevation is Porterville?
I'm not sure on that one.
Well, I know from talking to other counties in RCRC and CSAC, those that are down in the valley are having a lot of problems. But I'm curious how many other, and that was one of my next questions, how many other counties that roughly are elevation, Calaveras, Amador, Mariposa, are seeing these?
I just received some calls and emails from Mariposa's County Environmental Health Director, and they are being contacted a little more frequently lately based on the outreach that Tuolumne County is doing. Is now they're seeing a big trend in permits, and they're also seeing trends where people are asking for assistance, and Tracy and myself have been forwarding all of our information over any of the MOUs, contracts to them so they can get this program rolling in their county. And as this continues on, it is going to increase. Once public awareness and people realize there is assistance out there, they don't have to, take essentially spit showers is what I hear all the time. Is if we can provide them with some daily needs for health and safety, it's only going to increase.
Okay. Well, I wanted to get a feel. And so you're saying you think the problem is at least double of what we're seeing, what's reported. And I know that people get a little complacent because all of a sudden we're getting some rain, wonderful rain and water. But even as good as that is, the blessing it isn't going to solve the groundwater situation. Certainly not near term. There's a long time constant lag before that will have any real impact. So
that is correct. And what Mr. Pedro said is everybody that is on a private well needs to be good stewards of that water. Just because we are receiving this water now, use it as money in the bank. You're going to save that. And to even myself, I wanted to take a long shower this morning, and I was like, no, it's raining. I'm just going to save this and do my part for my house, because people around my area are actually running out of water. There's several folks that have drilled wells and have reported well outages to us recently. So I'm well aware of it.
Okay. Thanks. I'd like to talk to you afterwards about it. Thank you.
The Porterville is considered a foothill community. It's about 450 feet in elevation, so it's not in the valley. It's it's getting into the upper foothills. So that is a concern, because it's not very. Here we have parts of Tuolumne County that are 455 feet. So we gotta be careful.
Carl?
Yeah, just before we vote, I just wanted to thank all you folks, Rob, Tracy, everybody that's put. I know you're putting in some extra hours on this, a lot of extra hours, and I just wanted to thank you very much for it. And again, a big pitch to everybody: surface water, groundwater, it doesn't matter. We're out of mandatory 50% conservation, but I don't want to see us go back into it. Please conserve.
Yeah, and obviously we have a talented GIS staff that's able to do things that are extraordinarily valuable. So thank you.
All right. I think I've called for public comment already. I don't see any. So call for question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Clerk, please read 22.
Consideration of establishing a separate cost center related to the State County Assessors Partnership Agreement Program for the fiscal year 2014 through 15 budget of the $123,800 and 2 new grant-funded appraiser 2 positions.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is actually in follow-through to a presentation that your assessor recorder, Ken Catano, made to you in August, back on August 19. He wanted to make application to the State County Assessors Partnership Agreement Program, which was to help provide additional staff and resources to do a better and quicker job of looking at accurate values of lands, properties within counties throughout the state. As Mr. Catano had mentioned at that time, there's only going to be 9. This is a test pilot program. There's only 9 counties that were going to be eligible for this program. I think there's only 3 in small rural counties. And he was kind of saying, well, do you want to go for it? The price of admission was saying we'd go ahead and on a dollar-for-dollar match. And the board saw fit to go ahead and approve the resolution, saying they would support that. And lo and behold, we were one of the few counties that actually received the grant. So now we need to put feet to this. In the memo, you can see the full cost of the program at $208,000 as submitted by Assessor Catano. You can see the 50-50 share of those costs at the bottom of page 1 of your memo. Working with Mr. Catano, we estimated that the full year cost for the fiscal year that we're in, 14-15, would be approximately $124,000, with a county share of approximately $62,000, and the remainder of those expenses incurred in fiscal 2015-16. Discussing the accounting and budgeting with both Mr. Catano and Auditor Controller Debbie Batista. On the top of page 2 of your, page 2 of the memo, it talks about how this money would be originally or initially placed into a dedicated trust fund. As monies were expended, it would then be brought into the general fund. They would both like to see a separate cost center created in the general fund to track the activities, both revenue and expenses related to the program, and would like to establish an initial budget for this new cost center at $123,800, with expenses supported by recognizing $61,900 in state partnership program revenue and decreasing your general fund contingencies by $61,900. And with that, you'd also be formally approving the establishment of 2 new appraiser 2 grant-funded, very important grant-funded positions. And again, why is that important? Because grant-funded positions, when the funding source goes away, so do the positions, unless there's value that your board sees, in that and choose to fund them in a different manner. But that was made clear when we discussed this back in August. So those are the actions that need to take place. So staff recommends you proceed in establishing a separate cost center related to this program, establishing an initial budget of the $123,800 with the details as I've described already, and establishing those 2 new grant-funded appraiser 2 positions.
Questions?
Yeah. On the memo here, you show 2014-15, and you show $123,800. But you also show rollover into 15-16.
Correct.
Are we not effectively approving both?
No. Next year, that's just for information. Next year, we'll go ahead and build those we'll build the other one into the budget.
But it's a grant-funded position, and the grant continues into that.
The positions will continue until
we have effectively signed up for this.
Yes, you have.
Okay.
For the 2 years,
okay.
You did that with your resolution back in August.
Okay, so we are effectively also agreeing to another $42,100 next year.
Correct.
I just want to make that clear.
No, that's a good point. That's why it's in here, so we all know what to expect as we move into next year as well.
Okay.
Good
well,
point.
I'll move on recommendation.
Second. Public comment. Call for question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Clerk, read 23.
Consideration of approving correspondence with PG&E on the relative vegetation restoration and stream bank stabilization study.
Good morning. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Part of a FERC relicensing process that PG&E is engaged in under the Spring Gap Stanislaus project, they have to study the stream bank erosion issues that are occurring in the Kennedy Meadows area. An on-site visit occurred on October 8th, where we went out with the PG&E representatives as well as the Forest Service and their consultants, and we walked the stream bank issues, and they discussed the potential remediation efforts that they want to engage in, and we expressed comments, and really it was a feel-good meeting because everybody, including the Kennedy Meadows owner, concessionaire, was there, and we're the owner, the county is, but everybody was very encouraged by the results of the study and their proposals. And so what they're requesting from the various entities is letters of comment on what do we think of their studies, and they want to document that. So what I provided to you in backup is kind of a map on exactly what types of fixes they want to make. For those out who cannot see the actual maps, they're proposing everything from placing rocks, large boulders, to large trees along the banks, to planting willows, to various size of vegetation, anchoring the bank with actual physical anchors that they they're able to put deep into the bank that solidifies the bank from preventing erosion. So a variety of methods to make sure that they can get enough vegetation that when the spring flows do come on the river, that the erosion does not occur and we don't lose as much of the meadow and the trees, the cottonwoods that have fallen into the river the last decade. It's been unfortunate. So I prepared a letter for your consideration, a comment letter. I did today receive an additional letter just this morning, right before the meeting. I passed, this is from the U.S. Forest Service. I passed this letter out. This is, they put their comments, they're more significant, addressing each area in the river and what they would like to see done. So you could take that into account as well. So a letter is prepared. You're welcome to provide any additions you'd like on it.
Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Richardson, obviously, we haven't had a chance to look at this. Does this have much bearing on what you've written for us?
No. The Forest Service letter is just for your information. It's just a little more detail. Some of the comments they make, they want signage. They want there to be some public information campaign so the public knows, please stay out of these areas. This is important that we fix this area. Really, it's an encouraging letter and identifying a few details that they saw where the exhibit didn't agree with the language that was actually in the study. Overall, good information, though.
Other questions?
I have a quick question, just because I saw it, and we did discuss this at length in the Natural Resource Committee. It says the project, under number 7 of the Forest Service letter, the project description includes some proposed cattle exclusions. I don't remember that piece of it coming up in the Natural Resource Committee meeting, and I would just want to be sure that those exclosures are minimized to the extent that they do not, that permittee has to be able to pass through that area. And so, and I'm talking about the upper meadow.
Yes.
And so if there was an exclosure of the entire upper meadow, that would probably, that permittee would not be able to turn out.
Yeah.
So we want to be sure that we do, I think that piece of it probably would be important to capture, that we want to protect the area. I know they're talking about just around that corner on the Upper Meadow. That was close to the road, I think. But we would want to be sure that the permittee had the ability to move through that meadow.
Yeah, we did discuss that at length because we did have the grazing interests were expressed by the Forest Service representatives. The idea was just those areas that they plant adjacent to the bank. They would put some, and also to keep the fishermen out of that area as well. They just said cattle and other users so that they don't damage the new plantings. So it would not be excluding entire segments. It would just be that singular
Just
area.
the area that would have the plantings,
Yes.
which is very appropriate.
Yep.
Additional comments? Got a motion?
I'll move that we send the letter to PG&E.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Motion second, public comment. Bring it back, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Clerk, please read 23, or excuse me, 24.
Consideration of approving the 2014 third quarter Board of Supervisors goal report.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm going to go ahead and try to hit, we'll call them the big rock items out of your third quarter report. I'm going to go ahead and move immediately to your safety section, just to touch on some of the things that were actually hit on today on concerns about fire areas, fire insurance. If you look under your B2 category of fire first responder system, a real high note and credit to your fire department and the staff there. The board did approve an agreement for almost $544,000 for a FEMA Safer Recruitment and Retention Grant back in August to help with our efforts to recruit volunteers into our overall fire system. So that's a very good thing, and compliments again to our fire managers for putting that together. In the insurance improvement strategic plan, this is something, again, your board has been tracking for some time. Latter part of August, we did sponsor a meeting held over at the Sonora Area Foundation with Supervisors Royce and Gray in attendance, all the county fire chiefs, representatives from area insurance companies, and the Realtors Association. Everyone at the end of that meeting was encouraged to provide information, detailed information on cases where people have had problems either getting insurance or were having experiences where insurance rates, premiums were going up by extreme amounts. And the key is we need detailed information, not just secondhand stories. We need detailed information, what happened, where did it happen, so we can really dig into the issues, because we learned there is no simple solution. It's not just an ISO rating issue. There could be a number of things that can be impacting that. And in order to define the target accurately, and so that we know how to approach the issue, we need detailed information from folks so that we can really laser in on what needs to happen here. But as committed to this morning, I'll put on one of your upcoming board agendas a presentation that we gave Supervisor Royce and I went to the Board of Realtors, which kind of defined our fire system, because a lot of folks don't really understand the system that we do have. I think they like that part of the presentation as much as then, what are some of these problems we're having and getting to why, what are some of the potential reasons for that.
Who should individuals contact with their detailed information?
They could call my office. They, I'm sure, could call County Fire, either one, and we could get that information and get it in. I know the Board of Realtors is going to be putting out another survey. That's their second attempt at a survey, but that's only going to be part of the county that we're going to capture through the Board of Realtors. But I just got to say it again, the secondhand stuff that I've heard, or just generic information, my rates have gone up, we need specifics. If you can imagine going to people like the State Insurance Commissioner or the Insurance Standards Office, we need to have details, to really make a dent. And the one thing I'll mention here, too, and I'm still waiting to have board members come back from CSAC or potentially RCRC saying that other counties are experiencing this. I've listened to my peers and raised this issue. I'm not hearing it as a major issue in these other counties. And that's not to say it's not an issue, but maybe it hasn't been identified and isn't being pursued like it is here in Tuolumne County. But if it's a bigger issue, which I think it is, than just Tuolumne County, then we really do need the help of our friends and neighbors that have similar problems. So that's something your board can do as you're off in your association meetings.
I brought it up before, and I haven't got the response I was expecting either.
Okay. Well, I'll put that on the agenda and go through that presentation, and your board may have some other specific direction for me, after, and staff as we go through that. I'm going to skip into your natural resource category, page 3, under your item 3B, water planning, under the 4 pillars. And there's a lot of things here that we could talk about. We can go back on any of these. But I think this is a really important issue. We've talked about it before, but the most concerning item during this quarter has been the release of the governor's groundwater legislation. And we're concerned about it. The first reading of it, the first interpretation of it, as it does not have an immediate effect on Tuolumne County. The concern is it's just a matter of time, either through overreach by the regulatory agencies or additional legislation, that it could indeed come and affect Tuolumne County. And I know that's a big concern, and all antennas are up.
Yeah, and I think one thing that may precipitate that a little bit is if this groundwater situation exacerbates itself. And so we need to be careful how we do the reporting, but we also need to be showing that we're diligent in addressing the issues locally so we don't get a solution handed to us.
Right. Then under your item 5, and I'm going D and C, that's under healthy forest practices. Again, there's a lot of information in this resource area, but I'm picking on the timber harvest fuel load reductions. Your board, again, has been very active in these areas. Back in July, your board sent a letter to RCRC encouraging them to evaluate the results contained in the independent science and report of Herger Feinstein Quincy Library Group, Forest Recovery Act. The board also sent letters to the U.S. Department of Agriculture encouraging them to extend the use of biomass crop assistance money for rimfire biomass removal. And another letter was sent to Governor Brown requesting use of AB 32 revenue for rimfire biomass recovery. So a very consistent theme. Clearly the board's looking for every avenue possible to fund and encourage those kinds of activities. In your watershed improvements, you've already said this, but again, it bears saying again, our IRWIM received funding for 100% of what they had requested. That's great. We're looking at $8.1 million of watershed drought-related improvements to this region, and that's good work over a long period of time by a lot of people.
Yeah, we also need to be posturing ourselves, and I think we are, but we just need to focus on this water bond and what additional funding we may be able to go after on that.
Right. And I know Supervisor Roderfer's been trying to do that through the Water Policy Advisory Group and a little ad hoc committee he had there. Under Kennedy Meadows, item 7A, just to say we've just talked about an additional comment letter, but earlier in this third quarter, we did complete a employee housing study that was done by your community resource agency. There was a tour of employee housing that was conducted during the summer with various employees of the CRA, along with the concessionaire. The grazing management and manure management studies are also being conducted by UC Davis Cooperative Extension. So all of those should be coming back at some point to this board for review and approval. Under rimfire, item 8A, short-term recovery. Again, your board's been very active. Following those initial recovery efforts, the board focused its efforts in this quarter in supporting the Forest Service's 2 rimfire recovery plans, the Rimfire Hazardous Trees EA and the Rimfire Recovery Draft EIS. And then on September 2nd, the board approved correspondence supporting the Forest Supervisors' record of decision on the Rimfire Recovery Project. And then on September 9, your board voted to join the coalition formed by the American Forest Resources Council to intervene in the Center of Biological Diversity versus Skalski and the U.S. Forest Court case. And you care to comment on where we've gone, Sarah?
Sure. We will be having probably a hearing in February or March on the underlying litigation, and we've also in support of the county. So their brief is due actually next Wednesday, and so we're just sort of in the waiting mode because all of our briefs have been filed at this point.
We are, though, getting a number of counties signing on with.
We have a handful, and I can tell you, we have Tulare, we have Siskiyou, Shasta, Inyo, Mariposa, and Calaveras. So I think it's exciting.
Well, the point being, by the proactivity of this board and other partners, been successful in fending off, these attacks. That doesn't always happen.
Right. I can just say it doesn't always happen, but I think something that we can be proud of is being part of the effort, and that at 3 separate occasions, the federal courts have denied motions for injunction for temporary restraining orders. We don't know what the Ninth Circuit will do in the beginning of this next year, but I think so far we've had a really good track record, and it's been helpful that we've all been involved.
Okay. Well, I'm going to kick over to your Category D, Quality of Life.
Before you go there,
Sure.
just one sort of public announcement. I just got a invite today. I think probably the other supervisors did too. The Forest Service, and I'll get the details to you, but the Forest Service is hosting an open house on their reforestation plan, and I would encourage everybody. I don't have the date and time at the tip of my tongue right now, but I would encourage everybody that's interested in that plan to attend that open house if they at all possibly can.
I believe it's December 16th from 4 to 6.
Thanks, Sherry.
Okay. Under your quality of life category, your first item is the update of the general plan. You had a discussion about that earlier this morning, but that's really critical. It's arguably, one of, if not the most important thing this board does, in this role. So worth all the time and effort that I know that you have and will continue to put into it. One thing I've mentioned to a couple board members, just put a bug in the ear. A lot of discussion again today, and it's been going on for some time about water, and this is an important opportunity to inject, have discussion, potentially have policies regarding water, and getting involvement and buy-in from other agencies within this community. Again, a lot of discussion to go, but just wanted to make that comment, here. Economic development, of course, is one of your big rock items. I just would pick one item out under the TCEDA support category is the grand opening ceremony that occurred with the Innovation Lab, which was on our repurposed 3rd floor of the Tuolumne General Hospital campus. Again, I think all of you attended that, but already just by virtue, Mr. Cope has reported at the EDA meeting, just by virtue of attempting to do something so innovative in Tuolumne County, that's already attracted a business to our community. They may or may not use the lab itself, but they wanted to be involved in a community that was open to this kind of innovation. And, of course, we trust the lab itself will sponsor all kinds of other business or help spawn, but there's a lot of good things happening here. Under the arts and cultural tourism category, your board did approve inclusion of $45,000 in your budget this year to go towards the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance. One of the big factors there was having the Arts Alliance help lead the revival of the arts and cultural tourism initiative, and a contract was signed that included that activity. And I did just meet recently with the director of the Arts Alliance, making sure that they're on line to start moving on that task. Under fairgrounds sustainability, your board also saw fit to provide $7,500 to the Mudload Fairgrounds in support of their activities, as well. On page 5, we have just to mention your Granicus agenda management video project. It seems like we've been doing this forever now, but it was only in July that we started using this new system. Sitting here using our iPads to access most of your items. That's great. It's very efficient, for the board. But I've heard a lot of comments along with this where the public can now access information on our agendas, the agenda packets, the minutes, the videos of the board meetings, and then can hear this, live in some media. And that was one of the big hopes of the board is not only efficiency but public outreach.
But there are shortcomings.
Oh, sure.
And that is that I wrote notes on mine, and I sent them to the staff, and they can't read them.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
On the list,
You gotta fix
Supervisor. Yeah. But I do want to recognize, again, it was said when we started this, but your deputy clerk, Chief Deputy Clerk Alicia Jamar, for her work, leadership on this, along with staff from IT as well. It takes a lot of people to make this thing work.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm continually amazed how many people I bump into on the street in restaurants or wherever that mention that they had listened to us live in some cases or pulled it up 2 or 3 days later when they had the opportunity to do it in the time and listen to the board meeting. So it's a very, very valuable tool.
Okay, under your organizational stewardship category, just mentioned under retention succession planning, we've talked about this a lot, and we are trying to look ahead, have been looking ahead at what we need to be doing to select our next generation of key employees. This just makes mention that we're successful in our airport manager recruitment. We're also bearing down on our agricultural commissioner position, and your board did make a strategic investment in a deputy ag commissioner position as a key part of that recruitment, and hopefully we'll have some good news in the coming weeks on that particular recruitment. Again, looking at the clock, I'm going to skip to major projects. Juvenile detention facility, as your board knows, have been spending a lot of time in approving final agreements and documents for that to move that project forward. And again, looking forward to bidding that project out in the coming months. Item 2, your new jail. We did as your board knows, we did a request for qualifications for an architect for this project. 8 proposals were received. You ultimately selected the firm of Lionakis Architects as the one that lead our jail project, and the initial kickoff meetings for that should be occurring here soon. I did want to mention that during the CSAC meeting, the CAO group was meeting, and they started talking about our AB 900 money that notice I got possessive already. It's that Amador had given up and we've been intending to pursue. I mentioned at the last meeting we'd gotten some feedback from part of the team that we've been reaching out to in Sacramento that they may not want us to introduce our own legislation. I think that's something we can talk about at our next meeting when I talk about the updating our ledge platform. That's a little nerve-wracking because it ultimately will take legislation to move money, from that AB 900 Phase 1 category to Phase 2, where we're sitting there with a catcher's mitt on as the next county in line for funding. But we did hear from Diane Cummings during that meeting where she was asked about the AB 900 money, and she made it very clear, not beating around the bush anymore, said it will be addressed in the governor's budget, which will be released in January. So it came from that's what they were thinking they were going to do, to where that is what they're going to do. When asked specifically about some other proposals for the use of the AB 900 Phase 1 money, this is encouraging. Diane Cummins mentioned that they're going to have to look at who's next in line for funding under Phase 2. That's us, so that's not a done deal. That's not saying that we're going to receive funding. It's encouraging to have someone of her stature make that comment.
As long as it stays in rural, you're the same category. They don't shift categories.
Right.
There's other people who have eyes on it.
Right. So we'll all need to be diligent. The board has contacts and connections in Sacramento, and we'll just need to continue to pursue that. Then I'll just mention 2 other things under those projects. Under the category of your Columbia Airport water line, I think the bigger point here is that our new airport manager has been putting together a draft reprioritized airport capital improvement program that has already been shared in draft form, both at a forum held at the Columbia Airport and another forum that was held up at the Groveland Community Center. Generally well received by those in attendance. Input was sought as to what those in attendance thought the priorities should indeed be. Ultimately, that list will be coming back to your board, for approval, and then we'll be looking at a engineer to help us take those things forward. And I'll just stop there and see if there's any questions from the board.
Any questions? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board for approval.
Yeah, I'd just like to commend staff. When I look at these reports, I'm thoroughly amazed at what is accomplished. And so with that, I'd move to approve the third quarter status report.
Second.
Got a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. Clerk, please read 25.
Consideration of approving the 2015 Board of Supervisors Committee Organization and Partnership Handbook.
Chairman, members of the board, we customarily bring your committee commissions handbooks back to you in December. It's important to know what committees your incoming chair is working with for appointment purposes. We have put any potential or recommended additions in an underlined format in the attached document. Any recommended deletions are indicated by strike through. Some of the most significant issues under your rules section of the report, item 12 was added to reflect a new policy your board approved back in March related to board member alternates, on committees. Then expansion of the finance committee. This is something that hadn't been discussed a lot, here, but there's been a lot of desire to have a little bit more transparency in the budget process, particularly during the springtime when we're kind of behind the scenes, trying to put the document together following directions that the board has given previously. So we've modified the language there so your finance committee can monitor progress on the budget and increase the transparency, particularly during that part of the process. We've made some changes to your Central Sierra Economic Development District to reflect deletions of counties who no longer participate. The IRWIM, Integrated Regional Water Management component, has been updated to reflect the evolution of the IRWIM, JPA and the new partners, and also have moved that from a partner category of your handbook to the JPA portion of the handbook. Also some changes made in the Visitors Bureau section, just some content changes that they provided to us. Also first 5 of Tuolumne County, that's been updated based upon an ordinance your board just approved at the end of October. And then the Yosemite Gateway partner folks wanted us to add their vision statement to what we put into your book. So I think most of the changes that are in here are pretty vanilla. They reflect things that your board has already approved in one fashion or another. However, I'd gotten feedback that the board may want to discuss your membership and quorum rules for your policy advisory committee, and there's some other things that staff would suggest your board also consider, and that's reaffirming your purpose, authority, and rules for your board's policy committees. These have been here approved really by previous boards, but I think it's really important to make sure that we're still committed to what those purpose of those committees are, which are to serve the full board and the vetting of your policies or items that come to the board. Elimination of infrequently used committees, and I mentioned 3 specifically: court liaison committee, the youth commission. Been a lot of discussions about that. It's been kind of an uphill battle with that. It's a good program, but I think there's other ways that the county and the board, county as a whole, the board specifically, can support the youth and get them involved in county government. The Sacramento Motherlode Regional Association of County Supervisors, I don't know that anyone's gone to a meeting of that in years, and it continues to be in our book. There's also some other JPAs. If we want to reach out and put absolutely everything in the kitchen sink into your policy or your book here, There's things like the California Home Finance Authority, the CSAC Excess Insurance Authority, the California Statewide Community Infrastructure Program, SKIP, that we did for new business, your National Joint Powers Alliance, which also provides access to purchasing competitively bid products. We have all these things. We participate in them. More frequently, we participate in the CSAC EIA and that National Joint Powers Alliance. But do you want to have all of those kinds of things, in your commission's book? Up to you. So anyway, those are the highlights. Ready for any direction the board may have.
Yeah, as far as the CHF, California Home Finance Authority, there's also the NHF, which is the National Home Finance Authority, but those are generally considered a subsidiary of RCRC. They're the funding arms, and their meetings are held concurrently. I don't know that we need to add them. Maybe just recognize that they're done under the RCRC. When I looked through this, I didn't see YSS. Is that in there anywhere? We do participate in that.
I think it's in.
I didn't see it. I missed it.
I didn't see it either, and I had that note also.
We could add that if it's not in.
Well, I
here.
think it's important because we do participate in it, and I think it has significant implications to where the county is. And the other one is, I really would like to talk about it, certainly on the Natural Resources Committee and on the Housing Policy Committee, about the makeup of that organization. They are both largely advisory to the board, and it sometimes is difficult to have a quorum there. And as long as one supervisor is present, I'm happy there. But we also would like to encourage certain members of the community or organizations of the community to participate. For instance, in the Housing Policy Committee, we generally have someone from the Real Estate Board there, and they're important. We have someone from the Commission on Aging who attends regularly, and I think they're important. ATCA attends. Habitat for Humanity often attends. And they all have important inputs, and I would like to encourage them to attend and participate on a regular basis. And I would like to make sure that we have a meeting even if one supervisor can't be there or we can't get a substitute, and that has happened.
Carl?
Yeah, I found similar things that Supervisor Handbell has mentioned. I would support a recommendation by staff, and I don't want to make a decision at this time, but I would support staff reviewing those committees, whatever, that are largely advisory in nature, and with an eye to having a primary and an alternate supervisor assigned, and a quorum being defined as either the primary or the alternate supervisor in the chair position, and 50+1% of the board-appointed members of that committee being defined as a quorum. It's just difficult with our tasking to get two supervisors there, and if it's advisory anyway, I find it almost embarrassing to have the two supervisors, one makes a motion, the other one seconds it, and we pass it, when we've got very qualified members of the community that I think ought to have some voting input into it. If it's a decision-making body, it's a different story. But if it's an advisory committee, I don't know. That's just my feeling.
I just want to go back to a little bit of history of where we are now. But when we had, I think Mr. Pedro gave us some background information on how our advisory committees were run in the past, where we had multiple votes, multiple voters, and I want to go back to the garbage wars that we had, and several of them, and I think, if it's a board committee and there's just two of us on there, most of the time it's staff. There is public there, but I'm going to the Transportation Committee, the Board, the Solid Waste Committee, where there's just two supervisors on. I don't find that difficult. I mean, it just seems to me that it's smoother. Go ahead.
I would agree, and I also have concerns about going back to where you have these committees that get out of control with voting, and the supervisors have a different viewpoint than a lot of the people in the committees because we look at the whole picture, and that's what we're responsible for. I like having the input from the committee members to help us and kind of guide our decision, but I think ultimately we're the decision makers, and the committee process is nice because it gives us a chance for the supervisors to dig into the issue a little bit more than we would be able to on the dais on a Tuesday, and ask some questions that are a little easier to ask in that forum. But I don't think we should have voting rights for all the members. I think the board members are the ones that make the decisions. Just getting input from the other groups is more appropriate.
Well, here's another issue. First of all, and I'm thinking of NRC, Natural Resources Committee, and Housing Policy Committee. They are strictly advisory, I think, in every case. And in the one case, because Supervisor Brennan and I both serve on the Natural Resources Committee, we have to be really careful about where we go because it becomes a Brown Act violation. And if there were more voting members where we didn't constitute the whole committee and the quorum, that might give us a little more flexibility in those things. I mean, I can't go to the same meeting she goes
Right,
to.
but
What would you do if you get into situations where the other members are outvoting the two supervisors?
That's where
It still comes here. It still comes here.
There's several controls. One, the board appoints the committee members in the first place. So we have control over who sits on the committee, first of all. Second of all, it's like Supervisor Hanvelt says, it still comes to the board, and the board has the final decision. These are advisory committees, and all they're doing is providing advice to the board. In situations, for instance, two of the most important bodies that we have, the Planning Committee and the Planning Commission, we have a majority voting that outnumbers the two supervisors, in the case of the Planning Committee, the two supervisors that are on it. We already do that with some pretty important committees, and I just, we have other controls other than just having the two supervisors being the only people that vote, and having that as a quorum issue drives Brown Act, and it drives, in some cases, we've not been able to conduct business because one of the supervisors couldn't make it. We have some very, very tight schedules, and I think that it's working against us in terms of being able to do business, both within the committee meeting process, but also, like Supervisor Hanvelt pointed out, we're limited in how much access we can have to other forums that we ought to be at.
And that access to other forums has been really problematic, and so I had a conversation with County Council about that, and maybe you can clarify what we can attend and what we cannot.
Right. So members of the board, even a majority, could attend things like a conference, which we all know we did when we went to CSAC. You can attend open and publicized meetings organized to address a topic of local community concern by a person or organization other than this agency. And you can also attend open and notice meetings of another body of a local agency. So when it's basically an open public meeting of another entity, a majority of the board could attend. What you cannot do is discuss among yourselves issues relating to the jurisdiction of your board. But as part of the discussion of that meeting that you're at, you can have that discussion. You could discuss something during public comment. So I think that just hopefully clarifies that there are some meetings that you can go to. The concern that I've heard is that when it comes to non-public meetings, there's an issue because sometimes more than, or maybe a majority of whether it's a committee or this board wants to attend, and I would suggest we come up with some sort of policy so that you don't have a conflict there. So whether it's the chair of that committee goes, whether it's the person with the most expertise goes, but something so that, and just to also know that you can discuss without violating the Brown Act if you're going to attend one of those meetings, as long as you're not discussing the nature and the content of the meeting. So just, I'm going to go, or Supervisor Brennan's going to go, so that means somebody else would not go, so you don't have that conflict.
There have been a number of occasions where both Supervisor Brennan and myself have felt the need to be at an event. It isn't necessarily a public meeting in many of these cases, and on advice of your office, only one of us is gone.
Right, that's because those were non-public meetings.
I understand,
Okay.
but in virtually every case, there were meetings where we both felt a need to be there to become educated and learn and to participate. In fact, we were both at a meeting, which was even a conference, when you call it a public meeting, but we made sure we weren't at the same session to make sure that didn't happen.
Right, and I understand that there's times when your board members are going to feel that you need to be there to be educated, but I also think it's important that you support one another and come up with a policy that kind of creates more of a fair playing field so that you all have the opportunity to attend important meetings and have your voice heard.
Right, but I think at a lot of these meetings, it is beneficial to have the two committee members present. And so...
and in that case, that's where you would potentially want to consider adding additional voting members so that the quorum is larger than just the two supervisors.
And this is very problematic for both the Natural Resource Committee and the Water
Agency. Yeah. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the handbook as it's presented, and direct staff to do some discussion offline with the board members and some analysis of our committee structure and which ones might be useful to recommend for changes to the voting process and the quorum.
Got a motion? Is there a second? Second. Okay. And I just have one comment. Are you proposing this for every committee or just the Natural Resources and Water Policy?
Well, I have a couple of committees that I would propose it for. Certainly, since it's the next agenda item, I can't really talk about it. But that policy committee, I know it's a problem for the Natural Resources Committee, and I know it's a problem for the Housing Policy Committee. We have several committees. The Housing Loan Review Committee is not, it has other members. Now they're predominantly staff members, but not all, where the majority is not just a couple of supervisors. So this isn't unprecedented.
Craig?
I was just wondering if in adopting the handbook as is, that would be easy, but would you want to consider deleting these three that I've put in the memo and adding YSS?
Yeah, I'll amend my motion to delete the three that you mentioned and add YSS. And I also just want to make it clear that moving the AirWIMP from one area to the JPA area does not mean that we're not going to be represented on the WAC of the JPA.
Right.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Can I have one more clarification? So the change to the voting, you're proposing to discuss it, or?
I'm proposing that staff come back at a later date with a recommendation after talking to the various supervisors and within themselves.
Can I clarify one more thing with that? That's only for advisory type committees.
That's not decision-making committees.
Perfect.
Only for advisory.
I'm okay with that. All right. Is there any public comment? Any other discussion? Call for question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. Yeah, we got one more item. Recess as the Board of Supervisors reconvene as the Tuolumne County Water Agency. Could the clerk please read item 25? And this is a clone of the last one. So it should be quick.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I would respectfully request that we take our recess. There is another committee meeting supposed to be taking place during our lunch period, and I'd like to get through that meeting, the Finance Committee.
Let's do 26 real quick. It should be the same exact thing, right?
Yeah.
Simpler.
Okay.
Let's do it real fast.
So it's consideration of approving the 2015 Tuolumne County Water Agency Committee and Partnership Handbook.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we approve the handbook as it's presented, but I also want the Water Policy Committee to be part of the discussion on the voting and the quorum.
Perfect. Do I have a second? Second.
A second, but there was one typo in the first sentence, and I would just suggest fixing that. I'm sorry, I don't have it up.
I'll amend my motion to include the typo, and Sherry, Supervisor Brennan can work with Mr. Pedro.
Perfect. Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
We have more discussion.
Recess for lunch. Thank you.
Actually, I had some discussion.
It should have and non-plural or take it out. Right? Vicki? Do you have a second?
Okay. Back from our lunch break, we will reconvene as the Board of Supervisors per direction from our clerk. First item on the agenda for the afternoon is our 1:30 appointment. The clerk, please read it.
Public hearing to consider the appeal of Stuart Hattler regarding the notice of order and making a determination that violations do exist and directing the code compliance officer to prepare for final abatement order for the chairman's signature.
Thank you.
Chairman Royce, members of the board, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official, and in this capacity, Code Compliance Officer. What we bring for your board today is a appeal filed by Stuart Hattler regarding alleged violations at the address of 18330 Hattler Drive, which is off Tuolumne Road. I have provided an additional addendum to each of you with a map of that location showing the parcel number and the addresses that we have currently on that parcel. And before I get too far into this, is anyone willing to speak on behalf of Mr. Hattler in his absence? Now would be a good time. Okay.
Oh.
I'm just going to say this.
Excuse me. Hold on. Could you please approach the... Thank you.
I'm just going to say this. Mr. Hattler has been around since before I came here, and I don't know the man. I know that he's had a lot of problems, But, you know, certainly a man that helped build this community and has been here for a long time. And I don't know what it is. I don't even know what it's about, but that he's violating stuff and that, I mean, you should give him some consideration that he's been here forever, and, you know, he should have some kind of grandfather thing. I don't know. That's all I want to say. I just think that there's too many laws today. Too many people's freedom is being taken away. And I know that he's had some problems and some houses that have probably needed to be demolished and stuff, but that's all I want to say. I just think that, you know, we should be careful what we do to people that have been around for a long time and help build the community.
Thank you.
So we don't do many of these, so I'd just like to kind of go over the procedure for hearing. In general, once an appeal is requested within 15 days of the notice, they would pay a $500 hearing fee, and we schedule that before your board. Once on the day of the hearing, the county produces its evidence regarding the violations, and then the appellate has the opportunity to provide their evidence at that time. Your board decides if there is a violation, and if so, the appropriate final abatement order is directed to be produced by staff. At this time, I'd like to go through the memorandum and the events leading to the appeal.
So this is a public hearing, so we'll have people speaking. It's not?
Well, there will be public comment here. The county will present
Not for or against?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, the way this will work, the county will present its case. Mr. Hadler or his representatives will present their side. If there's public comment, if anyone else wants to speak, and then your board will consider.
Deliberate and take action.
You see that Mr. Hadler is now here. I want to provide him with a copy of the addendum that I provided to you. Okay, so on May 13th, 2013, there was a complaint of substandard housing conditions at the address 18330 Hatler Drive. An initial inspection was completed by members of the Building and Safety Division and Solid Waste Compliance, and numerous violations were discovered on the parcel. Those violations were identified on page 2 of our memorandum. In addition to that, there are pictures dated. Let's see, I want to follow up. Let me find that for you here. May 16th. This was the state of the lot at the time. I'll see. All right, stepping back, those were our follow-up pictures. Going back to the list, my apologies. Okay. At the time, there were 4 dwellings on the parcel. The main address of 18300 Hatler Drive, which our records at the time showed was a duplex, had been converted to a single-family dwelling. There was 1 additional wood frame dwelling and 2 mobile homes on the parcel. In addition to that, each one is provided with a separate water and sewer service. In researching the lot is zoned RE2 MX, which is residential estate, 2-acre minimum, mobile home excluded. Our permit records only show the 1 permit for converting to a duplex in 1987. We have no permit records for the septic systems or the other structures. Assessment records do show 2 separate dwellings on the parcel that were assessed in 77, and they show that the relative age of the structure was 1950 or 1955 respectively, with no actual year built identified. There were no permits identified in the assessment records for any of the structures or septic systems present on the parcel. At that time, on May 20th, the notice and order was generated, posted on the property May 21st, 2013, giving the owner 30 days to obtain necessary permits and correct the violations. In addition, the notice and order contained an order to vacate within 30 days of posting of the notice if there was no compliance met. On June 4th, 2013, we did receive an appeal request from the property owner, and the appropriate $500 hearing fee was paid. In the process of preparing for this hearing, there was a meeting June 18th with Mr. Joe Gamboa, who was representing Stuart Hattler at the time. We do have a copy of the letter Mr. Hattler provided in the packet, which is just before the pictures, authorizing Mr. Gamboa to discuss matters related to code compliance. In that discussion on the 18th of June, the intent was to suspend the appeal and suspend all activity for a limited duration so that a negotiation could happen to take care of all code compliance cases and remedy all open cases for Mr. Hattler. So at that time we did suspend activity and gave him opportunity to work with his representative, Mr. Gamboa, in order to obtain compliance. From that point there was a limited contact and no resolution to any of the cases at the time. Skipping forward to May 13th, 2014, we received an additional complaint about tenants moving back into the vacated structures on that property, and we did go out and investigate as a follow-up on May 16th, 2014, and at this time it was myself, the solid waste compliance officer, and the vehicle abatement officer. In this investigation, we found most of the violations still remained. We did have to go through and sort out some of the addressing. The only address we have on record for this is 18330, but there were numerous addresses on the first run. We went out, those numbers appeared to have changed, so we had to identify for you in the memo what the accurate addresses were as posted currently. The substandard housing items for one of the units, which if you look at the picture here, the bottom right-hand one, 18351B, the substandard housing items were corrected by providing permanent power. However, once again, there's no permit on record, and we are still in excess of the 2 allowable residences on the parcel. In addition, the recreational vehicle that was on the parcel that was being lived in had been vacated, but it is at this time full of garbage, rubbish, debris. The address, as marked on the picture as 18351 Hattler Drive, at that time we were allowed by the tenants to inspect the exterior. There doesn't appear to be any outstanding substandard housing items on that structure, other than minor deterioration, that's a minor repair.
Excuse me, that was on our sheet, that's 8350?
18351.
Okay, so that one is okay now.
It isn't considered substandard.
It's still considered substandard?
No, it is not considered substandard at this time. Okay.
Is there still ongoing code compliance issues with it?
Well, right now the state of the parcel is that we are at a 2-unit minimum or maximum, 2-unit maximum on this parcel. We have 4 units currently, and
so
there are. Go ahead.
They're all on this parcel that's outlined in blue. Then
that's correct.
This
is the subject
property
parcel.
line. Okay.
Correct. So, in preparation for the hearing, we did go out to do a follow-up inspection again, October 21st, 2014, and the violations persist. So the total violations at this time is that we do have 2 additional units on the parcel beyond what it is zoned for. We have excessive garbage on the parcel. The mobile home listed as 18350, which is center low on the map, is substandard. A foundation system is deteriorated, lack of a hot water system, broken windows. We have no record of any of the septic systems being permitted. We are assuming that the one unit shown on here that wasn't substandard hasn't shown any signs of a substandard septic, so we're accepting that is adequate. In addition,
so there's environmental health, solid waste, zoning, and building issues.
Correct.
On this parcel.
Is there any questions on any of the evidence or information I've provided?
we still can't determine when these houses were built?
That's correct. On the assessments, there was, under the year built, a question mark, meaning in 1977, when the assessor's office went through and assessed those parcels, the structures were there. They had no record of permit. They had no way of knowing when they were constructed. But based on their construction
They were there
techniques,
before 77, or at least at that time.
or the structures were built in the 50s and moved to that location. So either way, the construction materials would suggest 50s construction.
Would it be safe to assume that these structures may have came from Standard and moved there?
Based on the construction techniques, I would agree with that.
What's the zoning of the parcel and what's the size of it?
Let's see. The zoning of the parcel is RE2 MX, residential estate 2 acre minimum, mobile homes excluded. The acreage of the parcel, I don't believe I obtained that here. I don't have that here. I don't have that information available. Let me see what the assessment records show. I don't have the information available.
Okay. The reason I ask is I'm curious if it's, for one, if it's substandard below 2 acres, or if it's 4 acres and it could be split into 2. I'm just curious where it's at.
I can attempt to acquire that information while Mr. Haller presents his evidence.
Okay.
Okay.
So at this time, you guys are finished? We can just go.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Does the board have any questions before I ask Mr. Hattler to come forward? Okay, so what's that? Maybe later. Okay. So at this time, Mr. Hattler would like to invite you or your representative to come forward to testify.
Hi, my name is Gwen Chastain, and I work for Stewart. And he's a little bit hard of hearing sometimes, so that's why I'm doing this for him. In reference to the housing that Mr. Oliver is talking about, those were in fact moved from Standard about 35 or 40 years ago. And so I don't know, I hope that clears that part up. As far as, are they substandard? I don't know if they are or not. I don't think they are, because I've been out there on the properties also. And most of them are in great shape. Not great shape, but good shape, for considering the age of the places. And so, I've jotted down a few things for all of his complaints, if you would like me to read those, or if you'd like to tell me what you'd like us to answer.
It's up to you.
It's up to us.
Yeah.
They're helpful. Well, one of the things Stewart has talked about is that because of the age of those, that they should be grandfathered in, and if there's nothing wrong with them, then they should be left alone. After 35, 40 plus years, if things are working, then they're not a health and safety issue by any means. And I believe that's what Mr. Oliver was talking about too, on the complaint we have here. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So we'd like to have you keep that in mind, if you would, please. And as far as, I didn't hear you talk about the water system. I don't know if you did or not, but we did talk to Fresno, and they said that unless there's 15 dwellings or about thereof, that is not a water system that serves a bunch of people. It's just a well. So
Who did you talk to in Fresno?
we talked to the, I forgot her name, but I called the lady in Fresno that takes care of this because evidently Mr. Oliver had a complaint about one of our other places that was supposedly doing, one of our wells was servicing more people than was supposed to be. And she said that unless there's 15 houses, it is not considered a public water system. So,
Okay.
okay?
Keep going. Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Here, come here, Stuart. Into this. Go over here. Go on this side. Go over here to the speaker, please.
I've also talked to them about the water system, and they tell me that if you're under 5 parcels, it's not a system.
Once again, who's they?
The Fresno water, I didn't bring that, I should have, but I forgot about that. Anyway,
That doesn't help us, huh?
contacted Fresno about that, and they immediately, I said, they're saying that we have a public water system. The lady said, no, you don't, unless you have 15 places it's being served on it. 15 houses or whatever. So it's not a public water system.
Okay.
Do you want me to say anything else? Okay, that's all he wanted to say.
I have a question for
What?
staff.
No, you wanna ask.
Page 13, the letter that Mr. Hattler sent to you, the 5 items, could you, someone, either county council or staff, anybody, address those 5 issues and give me some clarification on those?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Item 1, dwellings, according to his appeal dated June 4th, 2013, item 1 was dwellings in question were established well before the statute of limitations. There are no statute of limitations for substandard housing violations, nor are there any statute of limitations for zoning violations. The statute of limitations issue was brought up years ago in a criminal case that was prosecuted between the county and Mr. Hattler 20-plus years ago. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is an administrative proceeding, so that statute of limitations just does not apply. Item 2, the water connection and septic systems were in place before the statute of limitations. Going back to the original item 1 answer, and to clarify, the water connections are not in contention as part of this appeal. There are 4 connections. This does not qualify as a state water system. This is not part of our appeal or not part of the final abatement order we would be asking for you to direct us to present. Item 3, all permits required will be obtained as necessary. The original notice and order from 2013, this appeal was June 4th, 2013. At this time, there are no permits that have been pulled for anything to correct the violations. So there's really no forward movement there. Item 4, all garbage will be removed from the premises. The 2 different dates of pictures that were taken as follow-ups, that is the same garbage, or at least a portion of the same garbage that we discovered on the first inspection.
What's the date of the pictures?
The dates are May 16th, 2014, and October 20th, 2014. Some of it has been moved or removed, but a lot of it is identical materials. Let me continue. The recreational vehicle in question was discontinued. It is not a part of this final abatement order. You're allowed to store 2 RVs on the parcel. At this time, that is the only RV on the parcel, but there is a rubbish issue that needs to be cleaned up in and around it. He can maintain the storage of up to 2.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? So we'll go to public comment. This time, anybody from the public can speak on this item.
Hi, my name is BZ Smith, and I live in John Gray's district. I moved here in 1972, and the Hattler family did so much to help so many people that were coming to this area at that time. I have to say that Stuart helped me find a place to live on Big Hill when I first came here. My My husband worked at the mill, and they were incredibly supportive and kind and generous in ways beyond measure. That said, it's been my experience over the years of knowing the Hattler family, and particularly knowing Stuart. I don't know if Stuart remembers me, but I was one of those young kids that lived on the hill, Stuart. Back to the land, hippie. And it's hard for me to say this, but I've also seen the other side of Mr. Hattler's building practices. And I remember when I was teaching at Sonora Elementary School, I would sometimes have to take kids home from school, and I had many students that were living in substandard housing in one of Mr. Hattler's, I'll use the term bootleg subdivisions, where there was no water, and the roads were rutted and cut with no drainage and no proper it would have been nearly impossible for an ambulance or a fire vehicle to get in that area. Everything was a fire hazard in that particular area. There was garbage and trash all over the place. And as hard as it is to be honest with all of you about this, because the Hattlers were very good to me when I first moved here, I think we do need to look at the greater good. The families who are living in those situations are already in harm's way. We saw that in Jamestown in this last year. And sadly, the truth is that this has been a systemic issue in our community for many, many years. And I just have to say that because I can't sit in this room and be dishonest about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just want to remind everybody there's a lot of people that don't even have a place to live. And maybe they're in these homes because they wouldn't even have a roof over their head. And there are children that live on the streets, and probably you guys realize that, mothers and children live on the streets. So as bad as this is, I mean, unless we find a place for these people to stay, I mean, Mr. Hattler is helping them. But I do think that perhaps we need to find a way maybe to help Mr. Hattler help them, because seeing as he's probably not getting hardly any money, that's why he can't fix anything, you know. But yet he's trying to help these people, so maybe we should try and help him help them. And I do agree. I mean, my son lived by one of the houses where there was just tons of trash, and yeah, I did complain about that. But they moved it out. But yeah, it needs to be cleaned up. You know, if there's trash and garbage and solid waste, it needs to be cleaned up. But maybe we can, you know, figure out a way to help him so he can help these poor people that don't have a place.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
A question for Mr. Hattler or his representative. Do you rent these places out now?
Can we? Let's finish public comment and then we'll have questions. Right. Let's keep going with public comment. If there's anybody else that would like to speak, I'll give them an opportunity, and then I'm going to close commenting and just bring it back to the board for questions. So, okay, go ahead.
Question is, are these houses being rented right now?
On Hattler Drive?
Please,
yes.
Could you come up to the...
On the properties that are in question.
We have one of them on Section 8, which is, I don't know if you're familiar with Section 8.
Yes.
But every year they inspect. If there's something wrong, they won't re-rent that place. They won't do the funds for that.
Which one is that?
That is, well, I don't know what address they've got on it now, but it was 18351B.
Okay. And that's the one that has the power just restored to it?
That's correct. Power's been restored to that one. This is the one that does not have any substandard housing violations currently.
Okay, so we're not questioning this. Can you tell me how that power got restored? Was it a new PG&E hookup, or?
It appears that when the structure at 18330 was a duplex, when it got converted back into a residence, the second meter on that parcel was then trenched and fed to that mobile home, or something similar. We can't be certain.
Okay.
But there's 2 meters running on one building.
All right, thank you.
So there are currently 3 rented.
There's three rented.
Yes.
Out of the 4, 3 are rented.
Yes.
Can I ask how much a month you get rent for the?
Very little right now. We're getting $225 off of one. One guy hasn't paid us for months because he doesn't have a job. And the other one is Section 8, and we're getting $355 a month.
Thank you.
Mhm.
If I may point out that as part of our code compliance program, if the county has to vacate a dwelling, we work with ATCA and also inform the tenant of their rights under California Health and Safety Code regarding tenant relocation assistance. In the event that a building is determined to be substandard by state law, the owner is responsible for providing assistance to the tenants to find safe housing in another location, that being equal to 2 months fair market rent plus utilities that is required to be paid within 10 days of the posting of a notice and order, so that tenant may find safe housing somewhere else.
Thank you.
Other questions? Randy? Public hearing's done, yeah. At this time, we're asking questions. They can be directed to staff or
I'd like to talk to
Mr.
Doug first, and maybe we'll talk to the Hattlers here. Working off Mr. Hatler's letter, which is June 4th.
Randy, can you speak in your mic?
I'm sorry. Working off the letter from Mr. Hatler dated June 4th. Dwellings in question were established before the statute of limitations. I heard you say statute of limitations doesn't apply to substandard housing. So let's just look at if I assume, and I don't know if I can assume that the RV is no longer being used, but as anything other than the trash receptacle, I think that's what you said. There's 3 dwellings. Which ones are substandard?
There's currently 4 dwellings. The location of one of those dwellings included an RV being used as a dwelling. The occupant of, let me give you an address here to orientate with the map. When we arrived at
I see 3. Where's the 4th one?
You've got...
Didn't you say 18350 is a RV?
That RV next to a mobile home. And the mobile home was occupied by the person that at the time was staying in the RV because the house was
so
full
there's
of
a mobile home that's being occupied too. I'm sorry, I missed
Correct.
that. Okay. So that's substandard? Or
That's
is it?
correct.
Okay. Which other ones are substandard?
According to our last inspection, that's the only one that is technically substandard. The
Okay,
rest
so
are no permit
18350
issues.
is substandard.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, that still remains there's three structures on the property that are inhabited on an RE2 or RE2 that only allows for 2.
That's correct.
When what was it zoned RE2? Was it before or after these structures were there?
We have no evidence to show when the mobile homes were placed other than the lack of the mobile homes being on the assessment records in 77. So we can infer by the assessment records that the 2 wood frame structures were there prior to the adoption of the general plan, making them compliant. The 2 mobile homes, we have no record of when they were installed.
So, in theory, the 3 permanent structures could have been there before RE2 was established.
Based on the permit record of the conversion of the duplex, we would say that that last trailer 18351B was placed sometime after it was a duplex in order to provide the power from that house. So that would be after 1980.
Okay. Come back to that in a minute. Water connections you aren't arguing about, but we haven't talked about septic systems. The septic systems were installed without permit, according to records?
Correct.
Are they a health issue? Or do we know?
Since we don't have a permit, we don't know how they were installed. For all we know, it could be a 50-gallon drum in the ground. We don't know unless it surfaces or someone inspects to determine if it's adequate. In this case, what we're asking your board to do is determine that this should be reduced down to 2 structures, presumably the 2 original wood frame structures, and since this is mobile home exclusive, to accept that those mobile homes would be removed along with the accompanying septic systems and utility connections. This would essentially place the lot into compliance, and of the remaining septic systems, only one of them we would actually question because of the lack of any permit record on the house, that being 18351 Hatler Drive, which is one of the standard homes, which is on the pictures on the lower left.
Yeah. Okay. No permits. He said he would, permits required will be obtained as necessary. No permits have been obtained since almost a year and a half.
Correct.
Okay. All garbage were removed from the premises. From the pictures, it's clear that garbage continues to accumulate there, or if it was removed, it still accumulates. There's no plan or apparent plan to shall I say, keep the garbage in control?
Correct.
Okay. I'm still concerned about these three permanent things, whether they were there, whether they should or shouldn't be grandfathered, and what the law allows on that, as long as they're not substandard. So I guess I'm looking for some legal advice on that. As a minimum, two are allowed, right?
Correct.
Okay. Or as a maximum, I think is what you said, but anyway, two are allowed. The mobile homes and the RV are not usable. They're considered substandard. There's no permits. Looks to me like there's a significant number of things that could be done to bring this property in compliance, and I'm still concerned about whether it should be two or three. I kind of have the feeling that if all three of those units were there prior to an RE2 designation, then they should be grandfathered, assuming they're not substandard. And if not, then they were put in violation of the code. And the third one was, and that probably shouldn't be there. So I'm looking for a way to make this thing work, provided they're not substandard. We can't have substandard. We can't have health issues, and we can't. And the garbage is a big issue with me. So let's just stop there.
In order to determine the age of the manufactured home, generally the date stamp on the nameplate for the vehicle is generally on the tongue or in the water heater enclosure, or if there is a dryer or washer area, it would be placed prominently in those locations. If Mr. Hatler has a copy of that he'd like to provide, that would be clear evidence as to date of manufacture.
Okay, what are we going to do?
With regard to the homes, in terms of, for the county, the only evidence we were able to find were the records from the assessor's office, which say in 1977 there were only 2 structures on that property. So anything else came after that.
Which two structures would those be?
That would be the 2 wood frame structures.
You don't have a copy of that, do you?
18351 and 18330.
One copy. Would you like?
Can I see it?
Are those 18351 and 18330?
Is that correct?
Addresses aren't on the documentation, but they would be 18330 and 18351 by the size noted on the assessment records.
And Supervisor Hanvell, I'll just point out that in the absence of evidence from Mr. Hatler, the only evidence you have is what has been presented by code compliance.
It's an evidence issue. It's a legal evidence issue.
Yeah.
Now, these 2 sheets that I'm looking at, these are for the 2 houses?
Correct.
So they were built apparently with a building permit, or moved there with a building permit.
We have no permit records for these structures. These are the assessment records as they were discovered in 1977.
Okay, so what am I looking at here?
This is the assessment.
The assessment
Assessors.
records with the
Okay.
assessed square footage and values.
Were there any drawings with that?
On the back of those pages are the
Okay.
renderings.
Okay. A rectangle.
Okay, so the question of process here, we've listened to, we looked to Mr. Hattler to show us some indication that what we have found on these records is incorrect, or in your inspection is incorrect. And so far, I have not seen any evidence that shows that what you cited here on this violation code section is not correct. So in absent something else, then I feel that we're going to have to rule in accordance with the findings of the code violations. I don't know where else to go with this, because it's obvious from the pictures, they're there. We've got 4 houses on one piece of property, they're there. And I don't have any evidence that says that they should be. So,
If you talk, you have to be here, and you have to do it during public comment, so please refrain from commenting.
Maybe address it, this shouldn't be is if they're in violation of our codes and ordinances, then they shouldn't be there. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, is there any other comments? What's the action?
I'm deferring to the supervisor of the district.
Okay, I'll have to move that the code violations do exist according to the evidence that has been presented, and follow that with the order that that is stipulated on the document to bring them into compliance by a certain date, or question is that date passed? Okay, so
today's.
So that would be my motion that Mr. Hattler has 30 days to comply.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Do we need any more in that motion?
Okay, I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay, could the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider ACM Investor Services, Inc. Special Ordinance amending Section 1706020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. ACM Investor Services Incorporated owns a 41-acre parcel that is located on the south side of Burns Ferry Road, approximately 100 feet east of the intersection of that road with Old Burns Ferry Road. This property is currently zoned A10 and open space. This property was part of a larger subdivision project that was approved by the Board of Supervisors in 2009. At that time, the board approved the division of a 211-acre portion of a 1,055-acre parcel into 16 lots that ranged from 10 acres to 24 acres in size. The property was zoned A10 with a remainder of 844 acres. The current project site was identified as lots 15 and 16 on that on that approved map. Those two parcels, because they were zoned A10, would allow a total of 4 homes, 2 homes per parcel. On September 21st of 2010, the Board of Supervisors adopted Ordinance 3133 to rezone 75 acres of the 1,055-acre project site from A10 to open space as mitigation from potential impacts to oak woodland, wildlife habitat, stream corridors, wetlands, and riparian areas that were associated with that land division project. Of those 75 acres, 22.1 acres are located on the current project site. In March of this year, the property owner submitted an investing tentative parcel map T14-011 to create 4 parcels that were currently approved or previously approved to be 2 parcels. So the 41 acres would be divided into 4 parcels, each a minimum of 10 acres in size. The property owners then proposed to rezone the property from A10 to RE10. RE10 allows only 1 home per parcel. So 4 homes that would be proposed under the current parcel map would result in a total 4 parcels would be 4 homes, would be the same number of homes that would have been allowed on those 2 parcels that were approved in 2009. So what the property owners are asking you to do today is to adopt an ordinance that rezone only the A10 portion of their 41 acres to RE10 to allow them to proceed with their parcel split, and they would retain the 22.1 acres of open space that was mitigation for the previous project. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission considered this project at its meeting on November 19th. After conducting a public hearing and hearing no one speak either for or against the project, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this project by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Bev. Is there questions at this point? Okay,
I'll wait.
I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody that would like to speak in favor of the project may come forward. Anybody that would like to speak against may come forward. This is for zone change, not what you're here for. You're good. You're here for chickens, right? Yeah, not yet. Okay. All right, so is there anybody who would like to speak neutrally about this? Okay, public hearing is closed. Bring it back to the board.
Okay, Ms. Shane, RE10 allows for 4 primary dwellings, right? But they can have
RE10 allows 1 home only. That's the only zoning district that does not allow that secondary dwelling unit.
Oh, seriously?
That's right.
I don't either.
That's RE10?
RE10, and that's what the property owner is requesting, so that the result of this rezoning would not increase the potential number of homes than were previously approved on that subdivision map in 2009.
And that's typically used for steep areas or brushy areas. There's fire risk, so they keep the density less, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. Can I get a motion?
Sure. Since it's my district, I'll move on staff recommendation.
Is there a second? Second. Motion second. Any other discussion? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. Okay, could the clerk please read our number 3, 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code relating to housing.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. As you are aware, the housing element of a general plan is the only element that is required to be reviewed and certified by the state of California. On June 3rd of this year, your board adopted Resolution 50-14 to adopt a comprehensive update of the housing element of the Tuolumne County General Plan. On August 6th, we received notice from the Department of Housing and Community Development that the housing element had been certified as being in full compliance of state housing laws. Then, now that the housing element has been certified, the next step is to implement it. Before you today is an ordinance that would implement certain policies and programs of the housing element. Specifically, the ordinance would add a definition for target population and would amend existing definitions for emergency shelter, supportive housing, and transitional housing to bring them into conformance with the state's definition for those terms. The ordinance would remove the 8-person maximum size limitation for transitional housing and supportive housing within a permitted single-family dwelling, and provide for transitional housing and supportive housing as a conditional use in the R3, MU, CK, CO, C1, C2, CS, BP, M1, and M2 zoning districts. So essentially, we'll be adding a provision for transitional and supportive housing within all of our commercial and industrial zoning districts, as well as our multiple family, mixed use, and business park districts. This draft ordinance was reviewed by the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee at its meeting on September 11th. At that time, the committee endorsed the ordinance as written. Your board on October 7th decided to refer the ordinance to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission for consideration at a public hearing. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on November 19th, and after hearing no one speak for or against this proposed ordinance, has recommended that your board adopt the ordinance as proposed.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. And do we need to have four?
Yes.
Okay, so anybody who'd like to speak for the ordinance may come forward. Seeing none, is there anybody who'd like to speak against or neutrally? Okay, public hearing's closed. Bring it back to the board for action.
And make a motion to move on staff recommendations A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I got a second. Take it from Gray. Call for question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. What's that? Yeah. Could the clerk please read our number 4, 130?
This is a public hearing to consider approving an amendment to Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to add provisions allowing keeping of poultry in R1 zoning district.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. On March 26th of 2012, the City of Sonora adopted Ordinance 814 that permits poultry and other agricultural animals to be raised in residential neighborhoods. In response to that action, several constituents approached members of your board and asked that the same consideration be extended to residents of the unincorporated area of the county. Within that area, there currently are 3 agricultural zoning districts and 5 residential state zoning districts that allow raising poultry and keeping other types of livestock. Your board determined that you would like the staff to draft an ordinance that would allow keeping poultry within the R1 residential, single-family residential zoning district, and that would affect 17,434 parcels that are currently zoned R1. The ordinance has been drafted and was reviewed by the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee at its meeting on June 5th. At that time, the Agricultural Commissioner spoke against the ordinance and raised several issues that were considered by the committee. Those issues included noise, sanitation, enforcement, avian disease, and food safety issues. The committee deliberated for quite some time over this issue and ultimately did recommend that the ordinance be adopted by your board. They did, however, make several recommended changes to that ordinance. When the ordinance came before your board on October 7th, your board did decide to refer it to the Planning Commission for a public hearing. But on October 7th, your board made additional changes to the ordinance. Specifically, your board determined that the number of birds that could be kept on each parcel should be modified. And you have recommended or included in the draft ordinance 2 birds should be allowed on a parcel that is less than 5 acres, a half acre. 4 birds should be allowed on a parcel that is at least a half acre but less than 1 acre. 6 birds should be allowed on a parcel that is 1 acre or larger. Tom turkeys should be excluded, and no turkeys should be kept on a parcel that is less than 1 acre. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission considered this ordinance at a public hearing on November 19th. At that time, the commission heard no one speak either for or against the ordinance, although there were people in the audience. The commissioners themselves, if you notice from the minutes, had a lot of input into this. Several of them had experience raising chickens and other types of poultry, or had experience with neighborhoods that were experiencing problems from having poultry in them. Ultimately, however, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission did vote on a 4-2 vote to recommend that your board proceed with the ordinance. The commission, however, made a recommendation, and that is that the ordinance required that there be a minimum of 1 acre, so that poultry would not be allowed on any parcel that would be zoned R1 on less than 1 acre. The staff has prepared an ordinance, which is included in your agenda package. It's called Ordinance Recommended by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission, so that if your board wishes to, you could adopt the Planning Commission's recommended ordinance. And we have modified the language to specifically state that the keeping of poultry would only be allowed on a parcel that is a minimum of 1 net acre in area. Otherwise, the ordinance that you referred to the Planning Commission, again, could also be adopted today or modified by your board after you conduct your public hearing. Mike Laird, our Deputy CRA Director who drafted the ordinance, is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And this is a public hearing as well, so if the board has any pressing questions, I'll take them, or we can wait until we hear from the public. Okay, public hearing is open. We'll start. Anybody that would like to speak in favor of the ordinance may come forward.
I'd like to speak against it.
So this is going to be a little confusing because you may disagree with the planning commissions but agree with the original boards or have a modification. So I would just ask, if you're speaking in favor of an ordinance in general that's going to support having chickens, come forward. And if you're speaking against chickens, let's do for or against chickens. How about that? Does that work? So if you're for, he's got a card, which, yeah.
So if you're for the birds?
Yeah, if you're for the birds, we're going first.
As a lobbyist once told me, I have friends that are Democrats and I have friends that are Republicans, and you know me, I'm for my friends. My name is Larry Crabtree. I live here in Tuolumne County. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Pedro. Nice try on the Santa look, but you need more white hair. Members and staff members also. I grew up in a small town, a very small town, smaller than most of the towns around here. And throughout my career, I moved all over Northern California. Ended up in the downtown Sacramento area, South Sacramento. Moved to Tuolumne County to get away from the gangs, the neighbors, the neighborhood. In that part of town, you didn't even know who your neighbors were. Around here, you know who your neighbors are, and that's part of why I like living here. You know who your neighbors are, even if you don't like them. You know who they are. You can talk to each other. You can have a beer together. You can have a barbecue together. You enjoy the 4th of July. That's one of the reasons we moved here. It's a lot like where I grew up. I fit in pretty well. I brought a cowboy hat with me. And one of the reasons we moved here was to escape the regulatory environment that the larger urban areas have. And so I'm here to speak in support of permitting residential chickens, backyard chickens. And if I understand correctly, the current state of affairs is on R1, residential backyard chickens are prohibited. Okay. There's been some confusion out there on Facebook, believe it or not, about what's permitted and what's not. So I would support the ordinance, but I would encourage the board, and I strongly support the ordinance that the board sent to the Planning Commission that permits backyard chicken raising on a scaled environment, on a scaled scheme, whereas the smaller parcels, fewer chickens, larger parcels, more chickens. So that's what I'm here for, and I thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'll be certainly happy to answer them, but you probably heard everything I have to say.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Come on up. Yeah, you can just line up.
My name is Scott Turner. I've lived in the county for 30 years. This doesn't affect me personally. I'm on RE5, so I have chickens. I have a large garden. I'm kind of speaking out of principle. I'm in favor of what I heard the board originally put together before the Planning Commission got a hold of it, which was not to make the 1 acre minimum. Before I say why I'm specifically for it, I'd like to address what I think are kind of false arguments against it. And first of all, the health issue. I have a garden. I really pay attention to what I put in the garden, manure-wise. So
I'm not an expert, but I have a good working knowledge of different forms of excrement and what the health risks are, handling those, because I have to handle them. And chicken poop is just really relatively low on the scale of risk. Dog and cat excrement is a lot worse. I'd be happy to answer your questions. I'm not an expert. Get Todd Stolp after this if you need real information. But the parasites in dogs and cats are a lot worse than chickens. There really isn't a problem with parasites in chickens. Bacterial, viral, you could argue the H1N1, but it's not in North America. Other than that, you take a lot of things for granted. Chickens don't get rabies. There just isn't much of a health risk compared to dogs and cats. Obviously, any excrement has some health risk. So if you consider them as a pet comparable to dogs and cats, they're actually safer. So I think the health risk issue is kind of a scare tactic. It's not based in reality. Relative to other livestock, yeah. Diseases do sweep through avian populations. So, maybe diesel would have a problem with this. That's real. You could address that separately. But as far as public health risk, no. Smell, odor. For the numbers that are being talked about, I don't think it's a problem. For the size of lot compared to dog, cat, whatever, it really comes down to how the individual owner takes care of it. And even if they didn't care for it, the numbers that I saw that Bev mentioned, 2 for what was it, a quarter acre, I can't remember, 4 for whatever, 6 for an acre. Odor is realistically not a big problem for that number of birds. Which brings us down to the noise. And I feel like that's more philosophical. It's what do you expect when you live in Tuolumne County? Do you want this to be San Francisco in the woods, or do you expect it to be a rural environment? How much noise do chickens really make, especially 2, 4, 6 chickens? I have chickens. Hens really only make noise when they're laying eggs. Substantial noise that might make minor noises otherwise. The noise doesn't transmit through double pane glass, through 2x4 stud walls. So the only time you'll hear it is if your windows are open. It's not an unpleasant noise. It starts sometime in the morning, an hour or 2 after sunrise. It terminates before sunset. It's not nighttime noise. The noise issue is much less than for dogs. And dogs are maybe an alarming type noise meant to, sound an alarm. The noises that hens make, personally, I think is pleasant. So it's almost, I think the noise issue is more of an attitude issue with people. It's something you can mentally adjust to and say, hey, this is just how it is, just like other birds. There's nothing inherently alarming about it, disturbing about it. It's not that loud. And so what you're really coming down to is what kind of environment do you want to have in this county? Do you want to have it be a rural environment and people be able to raise some animals? Or do you want to really just clamp down and kind of take the fun out of it? And my personal interest in this is just that I think kids should have some chickens. It really comes down to that. There's a charter school over here that teaches kids how to have a little garden, how to raise chickens. It's crazy to teach this in a school. This should be an inherent part of the experience in this county. It's available to people. It shouldn't be restricted for really, I think, unsound reasons. I brought along a picture of my daughter. It's just kind of illustrative of, there's a 6-year-old happy with a chicken, and you're just denying that experience to a lot of people. And you can talk about the obesity. I don't get this guy. Can we get a copy? Unhealthy lifestyle. What do you want? You want kids to eat the junk food they're eating and spend their day texting and playing video games, or do you want them to have other experiences available? I think that's what it really comes down to. What is the future of this county? And the numbers are really reasonable that you guys had before the planning commission got hold of it. I don't see where there'd be a problem with it.
Thank you.
So that's what I have.
Appreciate it very much. Come on forward.
Randy Ray, been up here for over 50 years, and grew up in Twain Harte, and there was a chinchilla ranch right behind the Twain Harte School. Now that stunk. Why? And by the way, it's probably one of the biggest houses in Twain Harte now. It's quite large. They took all the chinchilla cages, the areas, and turned them into a bed and breakfast place. But the bottom line, don't you like to have that? But that was years ago. And now the chickens issues, get rid of the roosters, allow even 4 chickens, even a quarter acre. Do you want to be like China, where you only allow a family member to have 1 child on that quarter acre? That child is noisier than those 4 chickens ever thought of? That's the way you got to start really. Where are we turning? And this community has changed a great deal. And I mean a lot. I mean, compared to when I was a little kid to now, it has changed like black and white. So it's one of those things where, to me, we got violators right there in Twain Harte, up on Fuller, big home, roosters, a lot of them, more than one. But there's other violators that could be, those are the noisy, issues, is the roosters, not the chickens. I mean, a couple can make more noise, screaming at each other, and with the doors closed, double pane windows, and you still hear the people down the street, or whatever the case may be. But the chickens, they only make a little bit of noise when they're trying to push something out.
Okay.
But it's one of those things where, like Miwok had, a pack station, and that disappeared. It's one of those areas where we just progressively got out of being in a community where we're at, and it's like pulling farther out and like kicking you out of the area, and it's like pushing the farming or whatever to have a couple of chickens to have fresh eggs. You ever ate a green egg? Not green like gone bad green, but an actual green egg that's really good for you. It's low in cholesterol. So it's one of those things that it takes big difference when you got fresh chicken versus going down to grocery outlet. A bland egg versus like, a real good tasting egg. But it's just one of those things that even cut it at 4, just like a dog, 4 dogs, 4 cats, not 4 dogs and cats in a house. Maybe kind of like cut it to like 4 at a quarter acre. And if it's clean, it's way cleaner than, for germs wise, Sonora Regional, a hospital. You could get a whole lot more deadlier germs out of that hospital than that chicken pen. You could roll around in that chicken pen, and you won't get the germs you get from the hospital. So anyway.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Okay.
Well, I'd leave it to Scott to be able to show off a picture of his daughter. Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm a Tuolumne County resident, been here 20 years. I live on 1/3 of an acre, and I want to raise chickens on my property. Tuolumne County is a rural county, and even where the lots are zoned R1, that's still the essence of our community. It's part of our identity, rural. It's crazy for the citizens of a rural county that don't have the means to live on more than an acre of land to be forbidden from raising something as basic as chickens. Even people in major urban centers like downtown Portland can raise chickens. The default position should be that, of course, you can have chickens in Tuolumne County, not the other way around. The 1 acre minimum is very unreasonable restriction. Chickens are simply small domestic animals that have no more neighborhood impact than cats or dogs. Why? I don't understand why this county couldn't come up with sensible regulations. There are many cities and counties that permit chickens. Huntington Beach even lets their residents keep chickens, and there's no lot size restriction in Huntington Beach. Fairfield, Fremont, San Gabriel, Santa Clarita, Hawaiian Gardens. I'll get back up north in a second here. Cerritos, Buena Park. Well, you've all been to Disneyland. That's not exactly rural. Bellflower, West Hollywood, Carmichael. Carmichael actually says on their regulations, any number as long as they're kept in healthy and sanitary conditions. Well, that could be a regulation, one sentence. And again, most of these ones I mentioned have no lot size restrictions. I've found over 120 cities and counties that permitted chickens in, small lot sizes. And there's pages and pages of these regulations, and it should be pretty easy to copy and paste together a set of regulations that would accommodate our rural area. Also, I think it would be a boost to our local economy with increased feeds, with sales at feed stores around here. There's, 3 major feed stores in this county. So, in closing, let's make a framework of common sense guidelines. And what I don't want to see is to infringe on the rights and character of the people of our county. To me, the job of you supervisors should be not to restrict us from raising harmless and productive chickens. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know all the etiquette, but thank you for letting us all speak. Every time you pass a law, you take away a right of the people. And to me, that is more important because you're taking the rights away from your children and your grandchildren, and you're going to pass laws, and the people beyond you are going to pass laws until people aren't even going to be able to step out of their house without breaking a law. I think this is one of the stupidest things ever that this county could do, is to restrict anybody from having a chicken, okay? I mean, I have dogs that bark incessantly on one side and one that barks all day and then one that barks all night behind me. I don't complain about them. I want to have a chicken. I just haven't had time to go out and fix it so I can have a chicken, because I think that everybody that has any animal, whether it's a chicken, a dog, a cat, needs to have some control over that animal. And I think that's an issue for animal control. If those chickens are causing problems with the neighbors, then, you get fined or you have to get rid of them. And that should be done through animal control. It shouldn't be saying, oh, you can't have chickens because you live on an R1. I live out on Racetrack Road, which is county property. And there's people across the street that have horses, but now if I can't have a chicken, but they can have horses and chickens, they're just across the street. So that really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me anyway. I think that the chickens eat all the bugs, I mean, they eat the earwigs, they eat the deer ticks, because we have a lot of deer around here. I mean, they'll eat anything that they can get their little beak around. And so they're really protecting our community. We're not spraying all those pesticides. Now, doesn't everybody want to go green? But, I mean, if you're not spraying the outside of your house and you don't have chickens, you're going to have black widows, you're going to have all that stuff. Chickens eat that. Okay, they get rid of it before it gets there. They get rid of it before it crawls in your house. I think everybody should be allowed 2 chickens. Now, I wasn't on the committee, but I was at the city of Sonora when we were fighting to have chickens within the city. And, Davis has chickens, New York City has chickens. I mean, downtown New York City, they have chickens. Davis. I mean, these are heavy populated areas. And like he said, we're a rural area. And you're going to say we can't have chickens? I mean, that's why most of the people live here. We like being in a country setting. We like that little bit of rural. How many people ran out and got chickens when they passed the ordinance for the city of Sonora? I don't know. That ordinance, which started, I believe, this whole thing, and I'm not exactly sure when the planning department issued this ruling, but I don't think it was that long ago, and I think that was when the city of Sonora had a problem and there was one phone call, one complaint. One complaint started the whole issue on all the chicken stuff in this county. And those people moved out of the state. So, what was that all about? That was a ridiculous thing. You may not know all these things, but, you need to know these things. And if you haven't eaten a fresh egg, a really fresh egg, then you just don't know what you're missing. I don't think you should take that away from people. If I had a cat or a dog and had big piles of poop and walking around, a chicken, the manure, works in the, oh golly, I just lost my thing. You have to forgive me, I had a stroke, so all the words don't pop in when they're supposed to. But, there's not that much poop, for a chicken. I've been around chickens all my life. My grandmothers, my fathers, I've had chickens of my own in places. And it's just not an issue. I don't know why everybody's making such a big issue about it. But I really ask you not to pass a law that says you have to have an acre of land. Everybody should be allowed a chicken. And like I said, it should be under the jurisdiction of animal control if they get out of hand. And, I'm not saying that everybody should have 20 chickens in their yard if they live in a residential area, but 1 or 2 chickens isn't going to hurt anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
I speak for the chickens. My name is P.Z. Smith, and I've lived here since 1972-ish. And one of the things I love is at about, 5 o'clock in the morning in my neighborhood, I hear roosters. I love it. It's part of living in this area. I moved here from Los Angeles, where I didn't get to hear roosters, but now I can, because Los Angeles has a chicken ordinance. So I could have my chickens in L.A., but now what about in Tuolumne County? Can I have my chickens? I completely agree with the position that restricting chicken ownership to properties of under 1 acre is ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense at all, particularly when you look at the trend of urban chicken growing. It's happening all over the United States and in other countries as well. People are growing chickens. It's a part of a whole movement in our country to be more conscious about what you eat, to be more healthy in your food choices, and to be in more control of your actual food production. And I want to speak in favor of Farms of Tuolumne County on that note, because about 7 years ago, I was involved in a project called Foothill Farms Arts Festival, where I got to work very closely with the Farms of Tuolumne County, and my husband and I made the decision that we were going to become locavores to the best of our ability. So in the last 7 years, we haven't eaten any beef that was not born and raised in good old Tuolumne County, probably wasn't butchered in Tuolumne County, sent out someplace else and brought back here to be digested, but I love my grass-fed beef from Tuolumne County. That's that. Every egg I've eaten, raised in Tuolumne County. My lettuce, my vegetables, everything we do, we try to support our local agricultural community, to support the whole concept of going green and living a sustainable life. When I moved here from college in 1972, I left Los Angeles to get back to the land. I wanted to live in an environment where I could raise my own food, where I could raise my own chickens. And I did have chickens. I tried to have chickens, but I wasn't a good chicken mom, and the weasels and the ferrets got my chickens instead. So I don't know about the ferrets, but definitely my chickens got eaten by predators, and it made me really sad. And I learned that I wasn't going to keep chickens because I wasn't a good enough chicken mom. And this last year, I met the best chicken mom I've ever known, and it's my daughter. My daughter has 4 chickens. She loves her chickens. She built her chicken coop all on her own from recyclable building products. She took an old swing set and turned it into a chicken coop. She tends her chickens and talks about her chickens and laughs about her chickens all the time. The point is, and she also keeps, I asked this question, what do you keep your feed in? And so she went through an elaborate description about how she carefully protects her feed so that rodents do not get into her feed. And she and the kids clean the coop all the time. The whole point that I want to leave with you, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, except for this poor man over there who wrote the ordinance. But the bottom line is, we are living in a time where we want to have this relationship with our food. We want to have the ability to produce and grow our own food for ourselves and for our families. It is part of building our sense of self-esteem and our sense of self-efficacy, a sense of self-empowerment. It is a really positive and rewarding thing to do. Communities and residential gardening is on the rise in the United States, and for that matter in many countries and in urban areas all over the world. This has an impact on the quality of our food, the cost of our food, and again, back to that concept of having a relationship, of knowing where in the world your food came from. My daughter's chickens are not going to get salmonella. I know they're not going to do that because of how she takes care of them on a personal level. But talk about Foster Farms down in the valley. You know, that's a whole other story. I might not have that experience with a Foster Farms chicken. So what I want to say is, free the chickens. Let us have our chickens. And by golly, if you live on a quarter-acre lot, who cares? Have a chicken. And if you have 4, 5, 6 chickens, so long as your chickens are not bothering your neighbors can pick up a phone and call somebody if they are upset about their chickens, and then you can take it from there. My thing is, I love those roosters. Every morning, the roosters wake me up. Now, I can decide if I'm going to get out of bed or not. Sometimes they are my snooze alarm. What I'm saying is, I moved here from the city to live close to the land. I'm not alone. The decade that I moved here, over 10,000 people moved to Tuolumne County. And why did they live here? To hear the roosters. So there you have it.
Thank you, BZ. Anybody else like to speak in favor? You guys already spoke.
One more quick comment?
No. If somebody, this is the way it works. If somebody speaks in opposition, you can come up and rebut them. So there could be an opportunity. So we'll see. Is there anybody else that hasn't spoken that would like to speak in favor? Okay, at this time we'll switch to some people that would like to speak against. Against? Well, let him speak first because he's actually against. Can he speak for and against?
Again, the way we've set this up, either for chickens or against chickens. You've already spoken for chickens, so.
There's just one small area I wanted to address.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Griebel. I'm a 30-year resident of Tuolumne County, and I currently live in an R1 zoning district. I wanted to approach the issue just slightly differently than all the other speakers, although I'm going to incorporate some of the issues that they addressed. Most of you, I think, are or have been businessmen or women, and you're familiar with the basic concept of a contract. A contract is a transaction between two people or entities where where each of them gives or releases something in exchange for something else. Basic contract is going to the grocery store and buying groceries. The grocery store gives you something and you give them money in return. If you buy a computer, you pay the computer company for your computer and they give you your computer. That's a contract. Over the course of the life of your relationship with that computer company, including the software that's on it, they may provide you some upgrades to that computer. And that's something that you would reasonably expect as the possessor and owner of that computer. However, you wouldn't ask them for any money back during the course of that contract. They'd laugh at you. And similarly, during the course of that contract, if they came in and through the internet, through some upgrade, they changed the nature of the computer. For instance, they might have the camera on the computer come on every time you open it up so that they could view the inside of your home. That's not something that you would reasonably expect as part of your contract with that computer company. It would be a breach of your contract, in fact. In Tuolumne County, as in every governmental jurisdiction, there is a contract amongst the citizens. It's called the social contract. Now, as the board in this county, you are the creator, the initiator of that social contract by creating laws. In the context of zoning districts, you create zoning regulations and zoning districts. And those districts set up social contracts amongst the citizens so that if someone lives in one district, they give up something that they might be able to otherwise have in that district, and in exchange, they receive advantages by living in that district. That social contract is something that ensures peace and tranquility amongst the residents of the county. In our county, you have a significant number of zoning districts. The one that issue here, and I'm going to read just two sentences of the definition. The purpose of the single-family residential R1 district is to stabilize and protect the residential characteristics of the district and to promote and encourage a suitable environment for family life. The single-family residential R1 district is intended for suburban family homes. In addition, you have RE districts. The purpose of the residential estate 1 acre minimum RE1 district is to provide for residential neighborhoods with a country-like character in which limited agricultural pursuits and the keeping of livestock are permitted. So you have already established social contracts in our county differentiating between R districts, which are for suburban uses, and RE districts, which are suitable for farming and ranching. As your planning director mentioned in her remarks, there are a substantial number of districts that already exist in which poultry is allowed, RE districts and all the ag districts that we have in our county. There's a significant difference between those. The board can modify the R1 district as it has in the past with density changes. People who have invested thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in choosing the R1 district for the kind of environment that it is supposed to provide can reasonably expect that density may change over the course of their ownership. However, what you're proposing now is a fundamental change in that suburban-like environment that you, not this board, but the board of Tuolumne County in the past, created by establishing the R1 district. And I submit that this is a breach of this is a breach of the social contract that was created long ago and has continued for decades in the R1 district. I urge you to pay attention to and rely upon the experts that have been consulted by your planning department. The Ag Commissioner, the Animal Control Department, the County Trapper, all have presented major significant detrimental concerns that will arise if you allow the kinds of chicken permission that is at issue in this particular ordinance. So I urge you to maintain the social contract that exists in the R1 district and that exists within the other districts in relation to each other in Tuolumne County, and that you do not breach the contract that's been relied upon by thousands of Tuolumne County residents up till now, and that you do not adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak against the ordinance may come forward, or against chickens, I suppose. Vicki? Okay. So take neutral and then we'll go to rebuttal. Okay.
Vicki Helmar, Agricultural Commissioner. A lot has been said. You know how I feel, but I'm here to just say I feel that it is important that we help mitigate the identified potential negative impacts that may result with the adoption of this ordinance. And to that end, the Agricultural Commissioner's Office will be hosting a workshop to provide education and guidance to those wanting to raise poultry in residential areas. The workshop has been scheduled to be held February 24th, and it will be held at our Sonora branch of the county library. And we will have a variety of speakers. Scott Oneto from our Cooperative Extension Office will be talking about the care and raising of chickens in residential areas, and he's going to be providing specifics for small areas. I have a CDFA veterinarian who will be talking and CDFA stands for California Department of Food and Agriculture, who will be talking about poultry diseases, their prevention, their symptoms and treatment. I will have someone from the California Department of Food and Agriculture Egg Quality Management Division to talk about the proper handling of eggs. And I will have Ron Anderson, our wildlife services biologist, who's going to be talking about chicken and wildlife predator interactions and what you can do to mitigate those interactions and prevention. So I'm encouraging all of you who have constituents who want this ordinance to attend this workshop. It will be again February 24th at the Sonora Library.
What time, Vicki?
We haven't set the exact starting time. We've got the room reserved from 8 to 1. We're waiting to actually get the agenda put together and the timelines from the speakers. But I imagine it'll probably be like 8:30 to 12:30. That's a Tuesday. And not a board day.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Vicki. And I think that's a great idea. Okay. Is there any other neutral comments? Okay, so now at this time, we can go to rebuttal. So anybody that spoke in favor, hold on 1 second, let me explain this. Anybody that spoke in favor to start with can address any items that were brought up by the opposition. So you can't restate new points or restate points you already made, but you can address what was presented in the opposition. And then the opposition will have a comment or an opportunity to do a rebuttal, and they can comment on anything that was mentioned in the rebuttal. That's how I have to conduct this. So, all right, BZ.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Royce. I just wanted to quickly say that I quickly looked up online to see what the definition of a chicken as a pet is, and there's several different positions that one could take in terms of defining a chicken as a pet, particularly where you're in a R1, for example, on a small lot, and you have under 4 chickens. I mean, I have 5 cats, so and they're not farm animals. So I think that's one thing that would need to be considered is why can't a chicken fall under the definition of a pet? And then the other thing is we have a lot of homeowners associations in Tuolumne County, and certainly there are homeowners associations that probably could take their own individual stance on this. Is that true? And that they would build their own restrictions into their CCRs if that was their choice. I belonged to a homeowners association for a while in Jamestown, and they had...
Can you try to keep it to the
topic? Okay, and just using it as an example, the metaphor of let the homeowners associations deal with it if you live in that situation. So anyway, pets is a chicken. My daughter's chickens are pets.
Thank you.
Larry Crabtree again. In rebuttal to the gentleman that stated that there's some sort of an existing contract between the county and the homeowner, I don't necessarily accept that argument, but in the case that there were such a contract, then part of that contract must be the understanding and the allowance that this board represents the county and has the ability and the authority to change the ordinance at any time. That has to be part of the understanding.
Thank you.
I'm a contractor. I understand contract law. I understand zoning ordinances. They're necessary. They're a good thing. I don't think I'd want to live here if we didn't have them. I think that a very technical argument was put forth regarding the social contract that doesn't match up with reality. You mentioned a suitable environment, and that's kind of an evolving thing. I do not see how chickens detract from a suitable environment. As you mentioned in the social contract, I think that, if you want to just put it down to simplified terms, this is basically the country club set against the mountain people. And I don't think it has to be that way. I think that there's a decent middle ground, and that's limiting the number of chickens on a lot. It's pretty simple.
Thank you.
The gentleman mentioned about the suburban versus rural environment. I gave you a list of, there's over 50 suburban cities and towns. I mentioned downtown Portland that accommodate chickens. Sonora accommodates chickens. So clearly we can accommodate chickens in a suburban environment. And there's a lot of lots that are even, 1/3, half acre that doesn't really land into a suburban setting. It's still semi-rural, even though the lot sizes are that size. Also, with proper coop construction, we can definitely mitigate any predator problems. So I don't have any problem with, forcing us to have our chickens cooped. I'd like to see them run free. I don't think it's a problem, but I see in a lot of instances, cooping is fine with proper coop construction. I've known Beezy since I moved up here 20 years ago. I love her. I happen to disagree. Please, no roosters. Which is why I wanted to rebut. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. If you didn't speak in the original for or against,
Oh, okay.
we can't allow you to speak
Okay.
as a rebuttal. Or, yeah.
I simply wanted to add information, but I still can't speak.
No, you can't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hi. My rebuttal is against his social contract. Tuolumne County has always been a rural area since I've lived here over 35 years. And if you want to talk about the social contract, I mean, everybody here in R1 would say, yeah, we're rural, and you could have chickens and your neighbors wouldn't complain. I don't know why, we have new people that are coming from the city, that they're retiring, and maybe they want their same city setting and their peace and their way they had it in the city, but they want us to conform to what they had. I don't think we need to conform to what they have. If they don't like it here, they should go back to wherever they can go where they don't have chickens. But as far as us, we're a rural area. Everybody that I know that moved up here.
Can you keep it on?
What?
I was just trying to ask you to keep it tight and finish it up if you can. We got a lot to do still.
Everybody that I know that moved up here because they wanted that rural social living. And I don't know, I just have to ask a question. Did this stem out of a complaint? Is this the ordinance that was conducted by the planning department when the city of Sonora was fighting to have chickens? The people?
This is out of the result. Let me answer you real quick.
Okay.
This is out of the result of constituents asking that we address the issue because the city has an ordinance and we don't, and people wanted chickens.
Yes, and when was this ordinance adopted?
I don't know.
It's
it
not
does
adopted
make a
yet.
big. It
It's
does
not
make a big thing
adopted
because
yet.
is this because the ordinance was never legitimately
There's-
adopted when they made it?
There is no ordinance. That's what we're looking at doing today.
So what? Because I was told at the city committee there was an ordinance.
The city's separate jurisdiction than the county.
I know that,
so.
but they said the county already had an ordinance.
Point of order, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We need to wrap it up. Come on up. Thank you.
All comes down to it. I'm Randy Ray, by the way. Miwok. You guys are the ones that are going to do sit down and figure it out, and you're the ones that can change the laws whatever way they want. It's not like in blood, these whatever laws. You could always change them. It's all got to do with you guys as the voters agree all together, change the law. Is that right? And is that right?
I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
Basically, you could.
Are you rebutting the social contract and the
but
ability
it's
we have
over
to
the
make
law?
a law?
You guys are able to change the laws anytime.
Right on. We know that.
It's all your voting.
Thank you.
So it's one of those things.
Any other rebuttal? Okay. Sir, rebuttal? No. Thank you. All right. At this time, public hearing is closed. Bring it back to the board for deliberation and action.
I would like to start, because I'm probably going to be the odd guy out here, but I want to kind of set the stage a little bit. Not new to the county. I'm fourth generation Tuolumne County native. Didn't move here 30 years ago. Been here 66 years of my life. I think what Mr. Greenwell said had a lot of validity to it. We have 17,000 parcels out there that people have bought with an understanding that they were zoned a certain way. Had they wished to do something different, they certainly could have bought another piece of property. As far as being a good chicken mom, BZ, I know there are good chicken moms out there. I was a good chicken boy because I raised chickens when I was younger. But the fact is, there isn't always good chicken moms, and that's where the problems get created. I think our ag commissioner presented a very strong case that pointed out the problems that are created by these type of ordinances. And just because cities have those ordinances does not mean that there aren't problems within those cities. Enforcement is a big issue here. I think last year we had, 88 responses from the trapper that had to do with chickens, problems with chickens. I believe that was the figure that you gave us. If not, it's pretty close to that. So I'm not against chickens. I'm looking at what we have set up here as far as zoning rules and the requirements that give the people the ability to do what they want to do within those particular zoning ordinances. I think it's fundamentally wrong to take 17,000 parcels and blanket rezoning. That's not the way it should be done. And again, I received a phone call this morning about taking away the ability for somebody to raise chickens, and they will be saving a lot of money raising their own eggs. Well, you that raise chickens know that it costs you about $55 a month to take care of 6 chickens if you take care of them properly. That comes from the USDA. That's not my figure. So it's not a money-saving thing. It's something you may love to do and have the pets, and I think it's wonderful, but I think it should be done in the area that we have zoned for those. So that's my speech. I know it's not going to go anywhere, but I think that's the way I feel, and good luck to the chicken raisers.
Thanks, John.
Mr. Chairman.
Randy and then Carl.
Okay, well, look, first of all, I appreciate you coming out, all of you that came out and spoke on either side of this issue, including the neutral. And you obviously feel passionately about this, but, I kind of a property rights guy, and I grew up on about a third of an acre. I had chickens, I had rabbits, and I had ducks all at the same time, and a lot more than we're talking about, and they were never a problem. And I did have predators come in and try and go after my animals, but it's my job to take care of them. And I value that experience. My kids have had that experience. And I'd like my grandchildren to have that experience. I think it makes them better citizens. It teaches them responsibility. And chickens don't have to be a nuisance. And I don't think they are if they're taken care of. And it's up to people to do that and be responsible. So that being said, I think that the proposal that came to us from the Planning Commission is overly restrictive, in my mind. And I don't live on an R1, so I could have chickens. I just don't have time to take care of them, or I probably would. But if my kids or my grandkids lived here, well, I think I'd probably make time to do that. But I want to also say that anything we do here as the Board of Supervisors of the county is always subject to review and look at, because I would say that there's a lot of things we didn't get right the first time. And so we come back and we look at it. And so whatever we decide to do here, I think we need to be open to taking a look at how it's going a year down the road. But I am in favor of allowing people to have chickens. And I think no roosters is a good idea. Roosters have a tendency to be uncontrollable and loud, and they do disturb things. I don't mind roosters, but some people do, and I want to be a good neighbor. But, so, no roosters. But, I think 2 chickens is a pretty minimal thing. I think we could allow chickens on less than an acre. And if a homeowners association wants to write in their codes and covenants, CC&Rs, that they don't want chickens, then that's fine. They can do that. That's all the neighbors deciding on their own what they want to do. But as for me, if I wanted chickens, I'd want them. So I'm in favor of being a little more lenient than the Planning Commission suggested there. We can decide on what that might be.
Carl?
Yeah, I think it boils down to 3 things. Supervisor Hanvelt talked about the CC&Rs. Certainly, local homeowners associations will continue to have local authority as they choose to use it. The other 2 areas, really, I don't think we ought to be in the business of writing regulations to control bad actors, okay, at the expense of freedoms for good people. And that's basically what we're talking about doing here when we talk about no chickens. Because every argument that I've heard is absolutely obviated when people take good care of their animals. So, if somebody can't do it right, then that's an enforcement issue for us. And I know that's more work for us, but that gets us to the second argument, and that is, it may be more work for the county. I'm willing to accept that because I don't think that we ought to be writing regulations for the ease of county government. I think we ought to be writing regulations for the quality of life of our citizenry. So I support the ordinance the way that the Board of Supervisors sent it to the Planning Commission. I don't support the 1 acre restriction.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think the argument really does come down to, do we feel that the benefits of allowing property owners to raise a few chickens against what could be the increased handling of complaints from neighbors. And I think it's our responsibility to allow property owners that right. And the government, we may see some increased activity from complaints, and it will be, again, our responsibility or those departments' responsibility to handle that. But I don't feel like we should be restricting folks that want to do it right from having the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you. I guess I'll give you my spiel. Keep it brief. I also support the original proposal that the board sent to the Planning Commission. I just wanted to share a couple quick things. These are both chicken health books. I've read them both. In this book here, it talks about area requirements for chickens to be healthy. You need 10 square feet for an enclosed area to keep a chicken healthy. So 20 square feet for 2 chickens is all you need. And I think that it comes to personal responsibility. People have to take care of their animals just like they do with dogs or cats or their children or anything that they're responsible for. And I think it's healthy, and it's a good thing to encourage people to grow their food. I think it's a good lesson for children. I love the picture of your daughter. And last time we heard this, we had kids from 4-H come and talk about their projects and the things that they do and how it helps them develop into responsible adults. And I think, if a kid that lived in an R1 parcel couldn't have chickens and couldn't be in 4-H because they can't have pigs and they can't have cows, if they can have a couple chickens, then maybe that'll, be a nice deal. And I think the original proposal was a good compromise. I don't think we want to have an unlimited amount of chickens. We got an email from a lady that has a neighbor with 200 chickens on a small R1 parcel. That's insane. We don't want to see situations like that. But 2 chickens, 4 chickens, or 6 chickens is reasonable and a compromise, and so I support that, and I'll let Mr. Rodefer make his motion.
Yeah, I move that we approve the ordinance as sent from the board to the Planning Commission, that being the 246, I believe it was, ordinance.
there a second?
I would second that if we agree that we just to make sure that we're okay, we look at it a year down the road and say, how's this working?
Yeah, we can get a review.
I'll modify my motion to include that comment.
Okay.
Does the motion also include the findings A, B, and C as in the
I'm
separate?
sorry, with findings A, B, and C.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the second agreed.
Motion and second. Is there any other discussion? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion carries 4-1. Thank you,
Um,
all you chicken and non-chicken people out there.
Chairman Royce, can you announce that it was Supervisor Gray who dissented?
Supervisor Gray dissented.
Thank you.
Depends on the lot size. Depends on the lot size.
At least.
How about 7?
Okay, we're trying to run a meeting here. We're going on to our next item, so if you guys could let us finish. Thank you. Jeez. Let's go to 2829. Reports.
Closed session conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Friend, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units, and the conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, Craig Pedro, Daniel Richardson, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8, several parcels located at the Jamestown Mine, APN 58200-27 through 30 through 35, 56001 through 03, and 5908042.
Okay. Anything? Yeah, we could take a break, but before we do, is there anything we need to report? Or, I mean, do we expect to report? No. Is there any public comment? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll go into our closed session.